Chapter 148. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Sima Chongfeng as he replied. Duan Ling Tian? Sima Chongfeng's brows raised as he was slightly surprised. You're a direct descendant of the Duan clan. Besides Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, a few other students who had a good understanding of the imperial city's Duan clan looked at Duan Ling Tian as well. The direct descendant of the Duan clan's younger generation was of the Ling generation. However, everyone, including Sima Chongfeng, felt that it was slightly strange. If Duan Ling Tian was really a member of the Duan clan, then he shouldn't be a nobody. Not to mention the stratagem he spoke of earlier, it was sufficient to prove that he was resourceful. Being able to enter Paladin Academy at the age of 18 was extremely rare. I'm not. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. So what if the blood of the Duan clan's direct descendant flowed in his body? He disdained that cold and indifferent clan. Sit down. Sima Chongfeng nodded. If Duan Ling Tian wasn't a disciple of the Duan clan, then it would be understandable. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's territory was vast, and there were many people with the surname Duan, so it wasn't surprising. The other students heaved a sigh of relief. Like I said, if he was a disciple of the Duan clan, then his name would probably have spread throughout the imperial city long ago. However, even if he isn't a disciple of the Duan clan, being able to pass the Paladin Academy's entrance exam at such an age in all 18 counties is truly monstrous. Many students glanced at Duan Ling Tian with slightly fearful gazes. Not only is this Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao strong, his mind is also so nimble. The stratagem of crossing the sea by deceiving the heavens, to be able to think of it. Xiao Sun glanced at Duan Ling Tian, and a feeling of admiration instantly arose in his heart. Xiao Yu's gaze flickered. Although he was surprised by the stratagem that Duan Ling Tian spoke of, when he thought of the various miracles that Duan Ling Tian repeatedly created in Aurora City, he felt at ease. In his eyes, Duan Ling Tian was a little monster. At this time, Sima Chongfeng's voice sounded out. Duan Ling Tian's crossing the sea by deception plan can be considered to be flawless. Even the plan that I came up with was partially based on the essence of the crossing the sea by deception plan. Overall, it can't compare to his crossing the sea by deception plan. Whoosh! Sima Chongfeng's words caused a stir in the classroom without any suspense. None of them had imagined that a dignified star mastermind department teacher of Paladin Academy would actually display an attitude of feeling inferior to a new student. However, when they thought about it, they felt relieved. Duan Ling Tian's plan of crossing the sea by deception was indeed admirable and impeccable. This teacher is quite interesting. Duan Ling Tian stared at Sima Chongfeng, slightly surprised. Generally speaking, a teacher would want to maintain their reputation to a certain extent. It was impossible for them to admit that they were inferior to a student in certain aspects. Sima Chongfeng, however, appeared magnanimous and didn't feel the slightest bit ashamed. Such a demeanor was worthy of admiration. Very quickly, an entire morning's time passed amidst Sima Chongfeng's long speech. It had to be said that Sima Chongfeng's lectures were rather interesting and had a lot of interactions. Not a single one of the 18 new students present had been absent-minded throughout the entire morning. Even Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but feel admiration for Sima Chongfeng's profound knowledge. When it was close to noon, Sima Chongfeng put away the proof of enrollment of Duan Ling Tian and the others and gave each of them an exquisite little command token. The front and back of the token were exactly the same, and besides some patterns on the sides, the two words Paladin were inscribed in the center. This is Paladin Academy's student command token. You can use this command token to enter and leave Paladin Academy in the future. When Sima Chongfeng spoke up to hear, his wise eyes abruptly became somewhat fierce. However, if someone uses this command token to bully the good and commit crimes outside as a student of Paladin Academy has the right to take back the command token and expel the person from Paladin Academy. Sima Chongfeng's warning caused some of the students present who originally intended to show off with the command token to dispel the thoughts that had just arisen. They had spent a tremendous amount of effort to be able to enter Paladin Academy, and only they themselves knew the hardships involved. Now that they had become students of Paladin Academy, they would receive even more attention and bring honor to their family. If they were expelled from Paladin Academy, then they would really lose all face. Paladin Academy is divided into a total of 6 years. You are all first-year students. First-year students attend classes for 5 days and rest for 2 days. According to the Academy's regulations, Star Mastermind Department students attend classes in the morning, eat lunch in the Academy's cafeteria, and have free time in the martial arts practice field in the afternoon. You can discuss the martial Dao with others, and you can also spar with others, but you cannot harm your life. After Sima Changfeng finished speaking, he left. Let's go eat. Xiao Sun stood up and called out to Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu. The three of them arrived at the cafeteria, found an empty table, and sat down around it. The cafeteria within Paladin Academy was similar to the restaurants outside. After a short while, an attendant walked up and respectfully asked, what would the three young masters like to eat? The three of them ordered a few dishes and a jug of wine. That teacher Sima from today has profound knowledge and is admirable. Xiao Yu sighed with emotion. Indeed. Duan Lingtian agreed. Xiao Sun glanced at Duan Lingtian with a strange expression. Duan Lingtian, I don't find it strange that Xiao Yu said he admires teacher Sima. But you, a student who was able to think of the crossing the ocean by deception plan and made teacher Sima feel ashamed of his inferiority, would still admire teacher Sima? The more he thought about the crossing the ocean by deception plan that Duan Lingtian talked about in class today, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was unfathomable. This plan could not only be used on the battlefield, it could be used in many other areas. It was an extremely practical plan. Hearing Xiao Sun's words, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up in embarrassment. The crossing the ocean by deception plan wasn't something he thought of himself, but rather copied from the 36 stratagems from his previous life. Now that Xiao Sun said that he thought of it, his face couldn't help but heat up. Soon, more and more students arrived at the cafeteria. Among these students, there were new students around the age of 20, and there were also senior students who were a little over 20. After a short while, the spacious cafeteria was filled with people. Some students could only stand at the side and wait. Duan Lingtian. A familiar voice came from afar. It was Tian Hu and Su Li. Although the table wasn't big, 5 people could still squeeze in. Why are you guys so late? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Don't mention it. There are a lot of people in our Star General department, and we were divided into 2 other classes. We were also unlucky to be assigned to Niu Ben's class. That Niu Ben is a freak. In the classroom, he only said a few words about the way of a general before dragging us to the martial arts practice field to run. After running for an entire morning, I'm exhausted to death. Tian Hu cursed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that Tian Hu's clothes were drenched in sweat. Tian Hu, it's you who can't do it, right? I see that Su Li's face isn't red, nor is he panting. It doesn't seem to be as exaggerated as you said. Xiao Yu glanced at Su Li, who was leisurely and composed, and laughed in ridicule. Can I compare to him? He's a freak. Tian Hu was just about to say that Su Li was a freak when he noticed Su Li's gaze that was like a sword looking at him, and he hurriedly shut his mouth. So to speak, our Star Mastermind department is actually more relaxed than you guys. We spent the entire morning enjoying ourselves in the classroom. Xiao Sun laughed. If I knew earlier, I would have chosen the Star Mastermind department. Tian Hu said with slight regret. Are you cut out for that? Su Li snorted coldly as he spoke in disdain. Duan Lingtian and the others started laughing. If Tian Hu were to really be the mastermind that came up with strategies, it would indeed be quite difficult for him. After a short while, the steaming hot dishes were served. Duan Lingtian asked the attendant to add 2 more pairs of bowls and chopsticks. The 5 of them had just picked up their chopsticks and were about to start eating. Hey! The few of you, leave the money for this meal and you can leave. Right at this moment, an abrupt voice broke the temporary silence at Duan Lingtian's table. Duan Lingtian's face sank as he looked at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was a young man around the age of 20, and behind him were 3 other young men of similar ages. According to Duan Lingtian's guess, these 4 people ought to be the old students of year 2. Is there something wrong with you? Tian Hu stared with his pair of eyes that were as large as gongs. He wasn't afraid in the slightest as he stared at the person in the lead. Kid, I told you to put down the money and F***K off. Didn't you hear me? The face of the young man in the lead sank. At this time last year, when faced with the threats of the senior students, as a new student, although he was indignant in his heart, he still obediently put down the money for the meal and scram. Now, a group of new students had come to the academy. He originally thought that he could show off his power as a senior student, but who knew that he actually encountered a tough nut to crack? He couldn't maintain his composure anymore. Didn't you hear that I told you to scram? Remember to put down the money for this meal. Take it as being filial to us. In the future, we'll protect you in the academy. What are you looking at? Scram! The other few young men spoke out as well, and all of them seemed to have transformed into glaring Vajras. Duan Lingtian looked at the surroundings and noticed that many new students were facing a similar situation. Most of the new students chose to swallow their anger, put down the money, and leave, giving the table of good wine and dishes they ordered to the senior students who threatened them. These days, there are such annoying flies everywhere. It's really annoying. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. He directly picked up some food and started eating, treating the 4 senior students as heir. Tian Hu, who was originally in a rage, was stunned for a moment when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, then he couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, I didn't expect that flies these days would be so poor. They actually don't even have money to eat. If it were up to me, it's fine if you don't have money. Kneel down and sing a little song. Maybe if this grandpa is happy, he'll reward you with a few pieces of silver. Hearing Duan Lingtian and Tian Hu's words, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun burst into laughter. They didn't pay attention to the 4 senior students who were glaring angrily at them, and they minded their own business and started eating. As for Su Li, he swept through the food on the table with a cold expression and didn't have much fluctuation in his emotions. You all. Chapter 149. Good. Very good. All of you wait. Although the young man in the lead was furious and wished for nothing more than to immediately put down the 5 new students in front of him, he didn't dare to make a move within the cafeteria. This cafeteria was a business under the name of a vice dean of Paladin Academy, and the group of attendants within the cafeteria were the vice dean's eyes and ears. If he dared to make a move within the cafeteria, even if he was lucky enough to not die, he would still lose a layer of skin. He might even be expelled from Paladin Academy. In Paladin Academy, the dean almost never showed his face. Even among the 6th grade students, only a few had seen the dean in person. Normally, it was the 2 vice deans who were in charge. The vice deans had absolute authority. The 4 senior students quickly left Duan Lingtian's table and walked towards a nearby table. After making the new students at that table leave their money and scram, they directly sat down and ate their food in large mouthfuls, not forgetting to occasionally stare coldly at Duan Lingtian's table. It was as if they were afraid that Duan Lingtian's group of 5 would disappear before their eyes. Duan Lingtian's group of 5 didn't pay any attention to them, minding their own business as they ate their food and drank their wine, feeling extremely satisfied. So full. After a while, Duan Lingtian was full and burped with a satisfied smile on his face. Xiao Yu and the others were full as well. Let's go out for a walk and digest. Duan Lingtian was the first to stand up, and the 5 of them slowly walked out of the cafeteria. As expected, the 4 senior students who had long since wolfed down their food followed the footsteps of Duan Lingtian's group of 5. After exiting the cafeteria, they surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of 5. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that they were surrounded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Since you new students don't know the rules, as your seniors, we'll properly teach you the rules today. The face of the young man in the lead seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, and the cold air was oppressive. The other 3 young men also stared fiercely at Duan Lingtian's group of 5. F***K off. Su Li hugged the sheathed long sword. His eyes narrowed and his voice was cold and detached. It was as if it came from an ice cave, causing one's mind to tremble. The 4 youths were stunned, and then their faces were filled with anger. No matter what, they were still second-year students. Now, they were actually being trampled on by a first-year student. If news of this were to spread, how would they be able to maintain a foothold in Paladin Academy in the future? Brat, you're courting death. The face of the young man who was close to Su Li sank as he flew into a rage. His figure flashed as he charged towards Su Li. Above him, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 6th level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He knew that this senior student was going to be in trouble. Boom. The young man struck out with his palm, condensing his origin energy and emitting a scorching hot aura. It was as if a layer of origin energy flames had enveloped Su Li. Hao Ji's mystic flame palm is indeed worthy of being a high-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage. His origin energy is almost condensing into flames. Humph. This first-year student dares to be arrogant and act cool in front of us. He's courting death. The other 2 youths that surrounded Duan Lingtian and the others sneered. But in the next moment, the smiles on their faces completely froze. Whoosh! They didn't see how Su Li moved, but a strand of sword light whistled out before instantly returning to its sheath with a clang. And right at this instant. Ah! The young man who executed the mystic flame palm to deal with Su Li abruptly emitted a shrill and miserable cry. Chi! A strand of fresh blood shot out from his wrist, the origin energy in the weak palm strike dispersed completely, and the young man's body was carried out by inertia. With a bang, he fell onto the ground in an extremely sorry state. The other 3 youths subconsciously retreated a few steps, and their expressions were extremely unsightly. 10. The strength of 10 ancient mammoths. 7th level of the core formation stage. A trace of terror appeared in their eyes as they gazed at the 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes that gradually dissipated above the cold young man. At this moment, they all felt that they had really hit the jackpot. Amongst the grade 1 students, there were only a few that had a cultivation at the 7th level of the core formation stage. However, it just so happened that they encountered it. Although they were grade 2 students, in their year, they were only at the bottom of the batch of students. Even though they had already been at Paladin Academy for a year, they were still stuck at the bottleneck of the 6th level of the core formation stage and were unable to break through to the 7th level of the core formation stage. Some of the students that came out to watch the show, no matter if they were new students or old students, were all stunned. 7th level of the core formation stage. And they were new students. Their gazes all descended onto the cold figure that held the sheathed sword. Su Li's sword skill is even faster. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. The speed at which Su Li drew his sword earlier was completely not inferior to his sword drawing arts, and when executed with a cultivation at the 7th level of the core formation stage, it moved like thunder and was swift like lightning. Except for Tian Hu, who wasn't surprised in the slightest. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's eyes slightly constricted and their faces were filled with astonishment. They never imagined that Su Li would be so strong. Based on Su Li's sword strike from before, Su Li's strength could be considered to be at the top even amongst most 7th level core formation martial artists. Hehe, didn't the 3 of you want to teach us the rules? Why did you all retreat so far? What, are you afraid? Tian Hu looked at the 3 young men that retreated and laughed complacently. The 3 young men's expressions were as unsightly as they could be. They lowered their heads in shame, helped up the injured young man, and left dejectedly. Su Li, you let him off too easily. I originally thought you were going to break his hand, but I didn't expect that you only injured his flesh. This isn't like your style. Withdrawing his complacent gaze, Tian Hu looked at Su Li and shook his head as he spoke. Humph. Su Li coldly snorted and coolly walked forward, not paying any attention to Tian Hu. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed. Tian Hu, in your eyes, a severed hand tendon can only be considered a flesh wound? He clearly saw Su Li's sword strike from before. That young man's hand could be considered to be completely crippled. Severed hand tendon. Tian Hu was dumbstruck on the ground. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were shocked to the point that their eyes constricted. To a martial artist, a severed hand tendon was no different from having an arm chopped off. Su Li stopped in his tracks and turned around to glance at Duan Ling Tian. Battle intent rose in his eyes. He didn't expect that Duan Ling Tian actually clearly saw his sword strike from before. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. Duan Ling Tian's strength had improved once again. Duan Ling Tian and the others walked away in large strides, leaving behind a group of new students and advanced students looking at each other in dismay. Traces of fear appeared in their eyes. I didn't expect that such a ruthless person would appear among this year's new students. Remember that person well. Don't provoke him. They had a lingering fear in their hearts. What are you all doing here? Right at this moment, a red-clothed girl walked out of the cafeteria. The red-clothed girl's eyes contained insufferably arrogance as she condescendingly asked the group of students outside with a superior appearance. Every student that was able to enter Paladin Academy was a proud and arrogant person, so no one paid attention to this red-clothed girl. The red-clothed girl's face instantly sank. Hey! Big Sister Li is asking you all a question. Are all of you mute? Do you all know who Big Sister Li is? Behind the red-clothed girl, a brown-clothed girl glared angrily at the surrounding group of students. Let me tell you all, Big Sister Li is the niece of concubine Ling, the cousin of the fifth prince. The cousin of the fifth prince? The group of male students present shuddered and their eyes shone. When they looked at the red-clothed girl again, their faces were full of flattery. Each and every one of them seemed to have become a different person. So it's Miss Li. I've long heard that Miss Li has a devastatingly beautiful appearance. Seeing you today, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. A male student with a wretched appearance said flatteringly. Yeah, Miss Li's natural beauty is truly a peerless beauty. Seeing Miss Li today, I know that the ancients didn't deceive me. An appearance that outshines the moon and shames the flowers, an appearance that captivates the birds and beasts, actually does exist. The students that didn't pay attention to Tong Li earlier were now like bulls that had eaten aphrodisiac and were extremely excited. They all wanted to follow Tong Li's lead and climb up the social ladder. Tong Li's originally gloomy face eased up slightly and she snorted coldly. This miss is asking all of you, what are all of you doing here? And that pool of blood should have just been left behind. What happened here? Immediately, the surrounding male students began to talk at once about the ins and outs of the matter. New student. 7th level of the core formation stage. Tong Li's beautiful eyes focused and a trace of a strange flowing light flashed within. Actually, with her natural talent in the martial Dao, it was practically impossible for her to pass the entrance exam of the 18 counties and enter Paladin Academy by herself. The reason she was able to enter was because she relied on her connections to obtain a recommendation from the imperial family. And the main reason she came to Paladin Academy was to find a son-in-law. Her heart was loftier than the heavens, and she swore to find a peerless man. Now that she heard of the young man that used a sword, although she hadn't seen him with her own eyes, she still felt a trace of interest. She wanted to get to know him. At this moment, the Su Li that Tong Li wanted to get to know had already arrived at a bamboo forest behind Paladin Academy with Duan Ling Tian and the others. This time, when faced with Su Li's challenge, Duan Ling Tian agreed. And he didn't display an even stronger strength to make Su Li retreat in the face of difficulties. He decided to limit his strength and battle Su Li with a strength that was equal to Su Li's. Su Li's sword skill aroused his battle intent. The bamboo forest was quiet and secluded. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu stood at the side as spectators. Duan Ling Tian and Su Li stood facing each other. Duan Ling Tian stared fixedly at Su Li. At this moment, in his eyes, Su Li seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that would whistle out at any moment. Compared to a year ago, not only did Su Li's cultivation increase rapidly, even his cultivation had increased by quite a bit. Duan Lingtian, be careful. Su Li spoke in a low voice, and in the next moment, his entire body moved, as if he had transformed into a sharp sword that flew out and flashed towards Duan Lingtian. 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes galloped out. Come at me. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he followed Su Li and moved. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure trembled as he also displayed the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. His entire body seemed to have transformed into an agile serpent as he moved forward to meet Su Li. In terms of speed, both of them had attained the perfection stage in their high-grade profound rank movement techniques, and there wasn't much difference between them. Xiao Sun's eyes revealed astonishment. Chapter 150. Whoosh whoosh. Accompanying the two incomparably swift figures crisscrossing past each other, two sword howls sounded out at almost the exact same time, in almost an instant. Clang! Two swift swords that seemed to have the help of the gods collided together before abruptly separating. Duan Lingtian and Su Li exchanged positions and once again stood in confrontation. In their first confrontation, they were actually evenly matched. Two freaks. Tian Hu muttered when he saw this scene. Even Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun couldn't help but be moved. Xiao Yu never imagined that Duan Lingtian's strength was already strong to such an extent. Xiao Sun was even more surprised. He could practically confirm that among the 7th-level core formation martial artists of the Xiao clan's younger generation, there was absolutely no one that was a match for the two people in battle. Their swords were too swift. A violet sword light and a red sword light could be vaguely seen flashing past, and with a clang, there was no more movement. Su Li, since your sword is a spirit weapon, why don't you use the amplification of your spirit weapon? Duan Lingtian stared at Su Li as he asked. Aren't you useless as well? Su Li replied with a question. I want to see your strongest strength. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he slowly spoke. Understood. Su Li nodded as he stomped on the ground. His entire body was suffused with origin energy, as if it had transformed into a sharp sword that whistled out, sweeping up dust that filled the sky. A strand of red sword light followed like a shadow as it flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian's chest. Instantly, 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Su Li. The extra strength of the ancient mammoth was precisely the amplification of the grade 9 spirit weapon in Su Li's hand. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as his body moved, exploding out with the strength of 10 ancient mammoths as he instantly met Su Li's attack head-on. His nimble, flexible, and tough body was like a spirit serpent. And when he met Su Li's attack head-on, another ancient mammoth silhouette appeared above Duan Lingtian out of thin air. 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Clang! The two of them clashed again. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Su Li's other hand struck out with a palm strike. Raging Yuan power wrapped around it and landed on Duan Lingtian's body. It was actually another high-grade profound class martial skill at the perfection stage. Greater teleportation. Duan Lingtian quickly activated his defensive martial skill. He did not expect that other than Su Li's astonishing sword skills, Su Li had also cultivated another set of martial skills. Moreover, the power of that martial skill was extraordinary. Su Li's palm landed on Duan Lingtian's defensive qi barrier. Duan Lingtian's defensive aura shook, causing Su Li's palm strike to tremble slightly. In an instant, it was countered by Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's defensive aura shield also cracked. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian made his move, and his other arm abruptly swung up before directly swinging out. It was like a python swinging its tail. Boom! Su Li's internal organs were already shaken by the counterattack of Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill, greater teleportation. Now, the sword in his right hand was blocked by Duan Lingtian's sword. Facing Duan Lingtian's sweeping arm, Su Li was unable to dodge and was directly blasted flying. Luckily, Duan Lingtian withdrew his strength in time, so Su Li wasn't heavily injured. Su Li's body flew out and was barely able to stand firm, and he felt the vital energy and blood in his body roil. Su Li didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly withdrew a 9th-grade gold injury pill and consumed it. Only then did he recover slightly. Duanling Tian won? Tian, who had a dumbstruck expression. Earlier, he originally thought that Duanling Tian would at most be on par with Su Li. When he saw Su Li's palm strike towards Duanling Tian, he thought that Duanling Tian was about to lose. He never imagined that Su Li had always been concealing his strength. Besides his sword skills, his martial skills were extremely shocking as well. But the scene that happened next caused his mood to be like a roller coaster, rising and falling continuously. Duanling Tian executed a defensive martial skill to block Su Li's palm strike, then swung out his arm to blast Su Li flying. Seeing Su Li's current expression, he understood that Su Li had lost. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun glanced at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Duanling Tian's strength is actually so strong. Xiao Sun sighed in admiration. I also never imagined that after not seeing him for just over a year, his strength would have increased by so much. Xiao Yu's gaze was complicated. It could be said that he'd watched Duanling Tian grow up step by step. From when Duanling Tian revealed his talent at the Genius Gathering, to when Duanling Tian defeated him to become the first in the Hidden Dragon list, to when Duanling Tian was in high spirits in the Genius Camp. Duanling Tian repeatedly created miracles, causing him to be almost numb. Unknowingly, the youth whose strength was only slightly superior to him had now reached a level that was difficult for him to reach. Duanling Tian, I never imagined that after a year, I'm still inferior to you. Su Li lightly sighed, but he wasn't discouraged, and the battle intent in his eyes didn't decrease in the slightest. However, I'll take you as my goal. There'll be a day when I'll defeat you. I'll wait and see. Duanling Tian lightly nodded. Su Li was the martial artist with the strongest disposition he'd ever seen in his entire life. Not discouraged despite being defeated, and becoming more courageous as the battle progressed. Of course, within the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there were also many similar figures. All of those figures were existences that had created a world that belonged to them. They were all great figures that were renowned throughout the world. Duanling Tian firmly believed. So long as Su Li's tenacious martial Dao heart was eternal, then in the future, he would surely become an expert that was renowned throughout the world. What's the arrangement of your Star General Department for the afternoon? After putting away the violet myrtle flexible sword, Duanling Tian looked towards Su Li and Tian Hu as he asked. Tian Hu slowly said, Niu Ben only said to be at the classroom on time. As for the rest, I don't know for now. What about you guys? We're free to move about in the martial arts practice field in the afternoon. When the time is up, we can leave the academy. Xiao Yu smiled. Your Star Mastermind department is really cool. Tian Hu had a face full of envy, but unfortunately, he wasn't cut out for it. Duanling Tian's brows raised. It's about time now. Let's go. Walking out of the bamboo forest, Duanling Tian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun headed towards the martial arts practice field. As for Su Li and Tian Hu, they headed towards their Star General Department's classroom. After arriving at the martial arts practice field, Duanling Tian noticed that there weren't many people. Besides their first-year Star Mastermind Department students, there seemed to be a few other years Star Mastermind Department students. For the entire afternoon, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were full of interest as they discussed the martial Dao and compared notes with others. Duanling Tian was lying on a large tree outside the martial arts practice field, snoring loudly. When he woke up, he noticed that most of the people in the martial arts practice field had already left. Duanling Tian, you're really carefree. Sleeping for the entire afternoon. Let's go get a drink. At some point in time, Xiao Yu arrived under the tree. He raised his head and looked towards Duanling Tian as he asked with a smile. Another day. I've been out for the entire day. My family is probably worried. Duanling Tian refused. Before he came today, he didn't know that Paladin Academy students were not allowed to leave the academy at noon and had to stay at the academy for lunch. The beauties at home were definitely worried. Okay. Xiao Yu didn't insist and left Paladin Academy with Xiao Sun, returning to the Xiao clan. Duan Ling Tian returned to his own courtyard house. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. The three girls at home were all worried about him. He'd only just entered the house when the three girls started asking questions. Only when he explained the reason did the three girls heave a sigh of relief. That night, after eating dinner, Duan Ling Tian continued cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. He kept feeling that he was about to break through, but seemed to lack some sort of opportunity. Never mind, I'll take it slow. There's no rush. Perhaps it was because of his mentality. After falling into a deep sleep, Duan Ling Tian, who cultivated according to his usual routine, didn't persist on breaking through in his heart. But right at this moment, a scene that caused Duan Ling Tian to be overjoyed appeared. Bang! His origin energy broke through the bottleneck as if it had the help of the gods. Instantly, his cultivation broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. This works too. Needless to say, to Duan Ling Tian, this was an extremely pleasant surprise. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian was able to sense that his spiritual force had undergone a change along with this. Now, when he sensed the things in his surroundings, they seemed to be even clearer. This is the spiritual force of a nascent soul martial artist. Duan Ling Tian's gaze abruptly shone. Young master, it's time to eat. Ker's voice sounded out from outside the room. Ker, you two eat first. I'll come out after I finish putting on my clothes. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian was putting on his clothes, the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu ceaselessly flashed within his mind. What he needed to do now was to select an inscription that could be inscribed with the spiritual force of a nascent soul martial artist from Samsara Emperor Wu's innumerable memories of inscriptions. There were many inscriptions of this level, and offensive inscriptions occupied the vast majority. As for the other inscriptions, Duan Ling Tian didn't study them. The silver in his possession was at most sufficient to buy the materials required to inscribe 3 inscriptions that were sufficient to annihilate a nascent soul martial artist. He wouldn't waste it on other inscriptions. Only offensive inscriptions were the foundation to protect his life. After putting on his clothes, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the rear courtyard. Normally, he, his mother, Li Ro, and the 2 little girls would eat here. As the owner of the house, Duan Ling Tian had personally issued a confinement order. Besides their family, only Xiong Quan and Jingru were allowed to enter the rear courtyard. Tian, what are you so happy about? Li Ro noticed Duan Ling Tian's flushed face and asked curiously. Mom, it's nothing. I just had a breakthrough in my cultivation. Duan Ling Tian casually said. What he cared about wasn't the breakthrough in his cultivation, but the breakthrough in his spiritual force. The breakthrough in his cultivation only allowed him to gain the strength of an ancient mammoth, and it wasn't much. But the breakthrough in his spiritual force was sufficient to allow him to inscribe an inscription that could annihilate a nascent soul martial artist. Scoundrel, I heard from Xiong Quan that there's a piece of news that's been spreading like wildfire in the inner city recently. It said that 2 months ago, an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist appeared in the Alchemist Guild. It ought to be you, right? Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian with a spurious smile. She still remembered that 2 months ago, Duan Ling Tian had disguised himself and left the house. That incident seemed to have happened on that very day. Since you've already guessed it, why are you still asking? Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at Li Fei, then his gaze moved down to descend onto Li Fei's full pair of jade peaks. His lower abdomen felt a burst of heat and had a reaction. Now that he thought about it, it had been some time since he'd taken care of this little girl. Chapter 151. Taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian suppressed the desire that arose within his heart, and after finishing his breakfast, he left the rear courtyard. Xiong Quan. After finding Xiong Quan in the front courtyard, Duan Ling Tian took out a brush and paper, and with a wave of his hand, he wrote down the names of a large pile of materials. Gather these materials for me as soon as possible. Here's 10 million silver, take it. At the same time that he passed the paper filled with materials to Xiong Quan, Duan Lingtian withdrew all the silver from his spatial ring, a total of 10 million silver, and passed it all to Xiong Quan. Yes, young master. Xiong Quan respectfully replied, and after Duan Lingtian left the house, he left as well. When Duan Lingtian arrived at Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department classroom, he noticed that Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were already there. You two are really early. Class hadn't started yet, so the three of them gathered together and whispered as they chatted. Right, Xiao Sun, you're a disciple of the Xiao clan. Do you know what cultivation level a Void Stage expert in the Crimson Sky Kingdom is? According to my knowledge, some Void Stage experts aren't at the true Void Stage, but are only at the half-step Void Stage, and their cultivations are still at the 9th level of the nascent Soul Stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he asked Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun shook his head and smiled. Others might not know, but I just happen to know. Actually, the Void Stage experts that are widely rumored in the Crimson Sky Kingdom are very different from the Void Stage experts that are rumored to be able to fly. For example, the county governors of the 18 counties under the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the guard commanders of the 3 great merchant groups, and the Void Stage experts of our Xiao clan. They're all only martial artists at the peak of the 9th level of the nascent Soul Stage, which is the half-step Void Stage you spoke of. They can at most float in the air for a while, but are unable to truly fly. Xiao Sun slowly said. Duan Lingtian nodded. As expected, it was just as he thought. The Divine Might Marquis, Nye Yuan, was also in existence like this. Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there ought to be a true Void Stage expert that can fly, right? Duan Lingtian immediately thought of the Divine Might Marquis Estate's old Marquis, that old man. Although the old man was poisoned by the dark nether mink and his origin energy was suppressed, he was still a true Void Stage powerhouse, an existence at the Void Prime Stage. Of course. Xiao Sun nodded, and his gaze revealed reverence. According to legend, there are 3 true Void Stage experts in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The Imperial family has 1, the Divine Might Marquis Estate has 1, and the Ghastly Shadow has 1. Ghost Shadow? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He didn't find it strange that the Imperial family had a true Emptiness Realm expert. After all, that was an existence that stood at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's pyramid. But that Ghastly Shadow, a mere assassin organization, actually had a true Void Stage expert holding down the fort? Right, it's enough for the 2 of you to know about this. Try not to spread it out. These are the secrets of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. If it wasn't for me pestering my grandfather that day, he wouldn't have told me. Xiao Sun finished speaking and added another sentence. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu both nodded, indicating that they understood. And how many people know that the Void Stage experts that are widely spread outside are practically only half-step Void Stage experts, and not true Void Stage experts? Xiao Sun lightly sighed. In the following idle chatter, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards the distribution of powers within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the power that stood at the peak was undoubtedly the Imperial family. The Void Stage expert within the Imperial family was said to be the strongest existence within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even the Void Stage experts of the Ghastly Shadow and the Divine Might Marquis Estate were inferior to that person. The 2 great powers that were only inferior to the Imperial family were the Ghastly Shadow and the Divine Might Marquis Estate. Every one of them had a true Void Stage expert holding down the fort. The next 6 great powers were respectively the 3 great clans of the Imperial City, the Duan clan, the Xiao clan, the Su clan, and the 3 great trading companies that included the Violet Tulip Trading Company. Within these 6 great powers, there were many half-step Void Stage experts. Behind them were the 18 county governors' estates under the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and every single one of them had a half-step Void Stage expert. Divine Might Marquis Estate. The current Divine Might Marquis Estate is probably inferior to the 3 great clans and 3 great trading companies. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He understood that the glory of the Divine Might Marquis estate originated from the senior Marquis. The Divine Might Marquis estate was still like the sun in the midday sky, and it was all because the senior Marquis was still alive. Even though the senior Marquis was poisoned by the dark nether mink, no one dared look down upon the Divine Might Marquis estate. Just like a tiger, even if it was sick, it was still a tiger, and was far from something a kitten or puppy could compare to. Of course, if the senior Marquis were to pass away one day, then the Divine Might Marquis estate would completely decline. Unless the Divine Might Marquis estate was able to produce a true void stage expert. Unknowingly, everyone in the classroom had arrived, and the teacher, Sima Changfeng, had also arrived. However, for the entire morning, even though Duan Lingtian was in the classroom, his heart had flown off somewhere. He was constantly thinking about Xiong Quan going to gather materials, and he wondered how Xiong Quan was doing now. The offensive inscriptions I can inscribe now are sufficient to annihilate a nascent soul stage martial artist, and 90% and above of them are unable to pose a threat to a half-step void stage expert. Only a few inscriptions are sufficient to annihilate a half-step void stage expert. However, those few inscriptions each require an extremely precious material, and it would probably be extremely difficult to gather them in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian's thoughts drifted as he pondered for a moment. Never mind, why am I thinking so much? Could it be that the fifth prince and the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, are able to order a half-step void stage expert to deal with me? Thinking up to this point, Duan Lingtian laughed in self-ridicule. Even though there were many half-step void stage experts in the imperial family and the Duan clan, not just anyone could order them around, not to mention being sent out to deal with a youth like him. Overall, his gains today were not bad. At the very least, he had a certain understanding of the various powers of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. At noon, Duan Lingtian and the others gathered together to eat. Humph! Suddenly, one of the youths that walked into the cafeteria from afar shot an incomparably icy gaze at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, this Duan Rong looks like he won't let this go. Be careful. Xiao Yu recognized this person and frowned as he spoke with a serious expression. It's fine, he's just a clown. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. It's better to be careful. The wife of the Duan clan's second master is famous for being vicious and merciless. There was once a servant girl who called her fat woman in private, and she heard it. Guess what happened? As Xiao Sun finished speaking, he started to speak in riddles. Killed by her? Tian who guessed. No. Xiao Sun shook his head. Alright, stop keeping us in suspense. Speak, what happened in the end? Xiao Yu scolded with a smile. Xiao Sun's eyes revealed a trace of being unable to bear it. In the end, she ordered someone to pour water into that servant girl's stomach. Continuously pouring water for a day and night, it finally caused that servant girl's stomach to burst open. Supposedly, her intestines flowed all over the floor. F***K. You're talking about this when we're eating. Tian whose face went cold. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold. The wife of the Duan clan's second master, the mother of that Duan Lingxing. As expected, they were jackals of the same lair. Their entire family was so vicious and merciless. Young Miss Li, he's the person who severed the tendons in the hands of the grade 2 student yesterday. Suddenly, a flattering voice sounded out from afar, and a young man with a wretched appearance arrived before Duan Lingtian's table and stretched out his hand to point at Su Li F***K off. Su Li's gaze went cold, and his voice was cold like ice. Don't misunderstand, I don't have any ill intentions. It's just that young Miss Li wants to get to know you. The young man with a wretched appearance was terrified to the point his face went pale. He'd personally witnessed Su Li's ability at noon yesterday, and didn't think that he was a match for Su Li. Su Li frowned and looked behind the young man with a wretched appearance. A red-clothed young woman was walking over while being escorted by another young woman. It's her. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused when he saw the red-clothed young woman. The person that appeared before him now was none other than the young woman he'd taught a lesson in the restaurant in the outer city that day. She was the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor, and at the same time, the cousin of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's fifth prince. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, Duan Lingtian noticed that because of the angle, the young woman didn't seem to have noticed him. Moreover, the young woman seemed to only have Su Li in her eyes now. "Hello, I'm Tong Li." Before Su Li, Tong Li actually put away her usual arrogant appearance, and her face revealed a trace of a light smile. "Su Li." Su Li indifferently nodded to Tong Li. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he saw this scene. It can't be, this young woman is actually interested in Su Li. Too absurd. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu all glanced ambiguously at Su Li, as they'd noticed an inkling. Su Li only glanced at Tong Li before withdrawing his gaze and indifferently said, "If there's nothing else, don't disturb our meal." Tong Li's gaze focused and a trace of rage appeared on her face. "Are you going to flare up?" The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. As expected, a leopard can't change its spots. "Su Li, what do you mean by this? This young lady greeting you is your honor. You, don't be unable to tell what's good for you." Tong Li completely flared up and recovered her true nature as she shouted with a stern voice. As far as she was concerned, she'd already given Su Li enough face by humbly greeting him, but Su Li having such an attitude caused her to be unable to endure it. Her attitude from before that was normal in the eyes of others, in her own eyes, could already be considered to be humbling herself. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu were stunned. The current Tong Li was simply like a completely different person from the Tong Li from before. It's said that women are fickle, but isn't this change a bit too exaggerated? K off. Su Li's face sank, and his gaze went slightly cold as he shouted in a low voice. You dare tell me to K off? Tong Li's face went pale. Besides that violet-clothed youth who didn't know what was good for him, there was actually someone who dared to shout at her like this. Chapter 152. Miss Tong, do you want to use the whip in your hand to teach Su Li a lesson now? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at Tong Li with a spurious smile. The voice that entered her ears caused Tong Li to feel as if she was jolted awake from a dream. When she slightly turned her head around, she noticed that the person at the same table as Su Li was precisely the violet-clothed youth that had given her over 10 slaps in the restaurant in the outer city 3 months ago. Instantly, her face went ghastly pale. You! It's you. She never would have imagined that she would encounter this violet-clothed youth here. As far as she was concerned, this youth was a devil. Perhaps normally, she wished for nothing more than to kill this youth as soon as possible. However, when the youth really appeared before her eyes, her heart couldn't help but tremble. The scene in the restaurant 3 months ago had already left a shadow in her heart. What? Is Miss Tong very surprised? Duan Lingtian grinned as if he was greeting an acquaintance. You know her? Su Li's brows raised as he glanced at Duan Lingtian with a slightly strange gaze. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu also looked at Duan Lingtian. They noticed as well. When this Tong Li saw Duan Lingtian, she was like a mouse that saw a cat. They faintly guessed that something that they didn't know of must have happened between Duan Lingtian and Tong Li. Tong Li took a deep breath, and only now did she realize that this was Paladin Academy, and she was very safe. Instantly, her eyes went cold as she stared at Duan Lingtian. This miss has been looking for you for 3 months, but I didn't expect that you would deliver yourself to me. Let's see where you'll hide this time. You're dead. I'll get my cousin to catch you, and I'll personally tear you into 1,000 pieces, burn your bones, and scatter your ashes. What? Could it be that Miss Tong thinks that I don't dare touch you in Paladin Academy? Hearing Tong Li's threat, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into a line, and a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. So what if I do? Tong Li coldly snorted as killing intent flickered in her eyes. She would never forget what happened 3 months ago. Only if this purple-robed youth died in front of her, would she be able to vent the hatred in her heart. Whoosh! A purple light flashed past. Paw! At the same time, Duanling Tian, who had left his seat, returned to his seat. Since the other party wanted to tear him into pieces and grind his bones to dust, there was no need for him to be courteous. Yu, Tongli, who had a palm print on her face, had an icy cold gaze. This purple-clothed youth had actually hit her again. And in front of so many Paladin Academy students, how could she continue to maintain her foothold in Paladin Academy? Her eyes were completely shrouded in anger and hatred, and the hand holding the black whip began to tremble, but she didn't dare to make a move. Because she knew that once she made a move, she would suffer even more terrifying revenge. Su Li, Xiao Yu, and the others were stunned. They also realized that between Duanling Tian and this red-clothed girl, there seemed to be a deep and irreconcilable hatred that was difficult to resolve. They had also heard the red-clothed girl's ruthless words earlier. She actually hated Duanling Tian to such an extent. The girl behind Tongli didn't expect that Duanling Tian would dare hit Tongli. After staring blankly for a moment, her expression changed, and she looked at Duanling Tian as she fiercely shouted, "You're dead. Do you know who she is? That's right, you're dead. You even dared to hit Miss Li." The wretched-looking young man also looked at Duanling Tian, as if he had seen something inconceivable. Who is she? Duanling Tian lightly smiled, then looked at Tongli again. Isn't she the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor, the cousin of the 5th prince? Miss Tong, am I right? The daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor? The cousin of the 5th prince? The Paladin Academy students present probably didn't care much about the first identity. But the second identity was sufficient to cause the expressions of everyone besides Duanling Tian to change. The 5th prince was a member of the imperial family, the son of the current emperor. The nobility of his status was something that not many people in the Crimson Sky Kingdom could compare to. The expressions of Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian who greatly changed. They never imagined that this red-clothed girl would have such an identity. She was actually the cousin of the 5th prince. Su Li's brows raised, and his eyes were suffused with a trace of coldness. You know this young lady's identity, yet you still dare hit this young lady? Tongli stared at Duanling Tian with a gaze as if she was looking at a madman. If I didn't hit you earlier, would you let me off? Duanling Tian lightly smiled. How could that be possible? This young lady will surely return the gift you gave me that day 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even a 10,000-fold. Wanting this young lady to let you off is simply the ravings of a fool. Tongli sneered, feeling that Duanling Tian was indulging in fantasy. In her eyes, Duanling Tian was no different than a dead person. Isn't that fine? If I didn't hit you, you wouldn't let me off. Then why should I be afraid of you? The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into an evil smile. Whoosh! His figure moved once more. Slap! 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 Slap after slap sounded out clearly. Before long, Tong Li's face had once again turned into a pig's head like 3 months ago. You! A burning pain came from her face, causing Tong Li to be almost numb. But she seemed to be unable to feel the pain now. She only felt incomparably ashamed, and her eyes were filled with malice. I what? Duanling Tian sneered, and his eyes squinted with awe-inspiring killing intent. This Tongli had a high and mighty appearance at that time, as if everyone was only an ant before her. Later on, when he taught Tongli a lesson, he originally thought that she would repent, but the facts proved that his education of Tongli at that time was a failure. Otherwise, Tongli wouldn't have come before him and threatened to tear him into pieces, burn his bones, and scatter his ashes. As far as he was concerned, since Tongli had long since hated him to the bone, and what was done couldn't be undone, then what harm was there in teaching her another lesson? In any case, he'd never thought that Tongli would be able to shake hands and make peace with him. Why not be more carefree and do whatever you want? If you can't stand the sight of it, then beat you. Beat you until you don't dare be complacent. Beat you until you don't dare be arrogant. Beat you until you don't dare talk back. Tong Li took a deep breath, yet didn't dare say another word. She didn't doubt in the slightest that if she dared speak again, this violet-clothed young man would not hesitate to make a move against her. She chose to endure. When she noticed the strange gazes that were looking at her from the surroundings, her heart was trembling and warping. The hatred in her eyes had practically reached the limit. In this lifetime, if she existed, then this violet-clothed young man wouldn't exist, and if this violet-clothed young man existed, then she wouldn't exist. You'll regret it. Tong Li finally couldn't help but leave behind these vicious words, and then she turned around and left, not daring to look back. The young woman who was originally following behind Tong Li and had been scared silly since long ago finally reacted. She glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight fear, and then chased after the direction Tong Li left. In the spacious cafeteria, the corner Duan Lingtian was at was deathly silent. All the people who didn't recognize Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with terror. This violet-clothed young man was actually not even afraid of the fifth prince. Who the hell was he? Being stared at by so many people, Duan Lingtian frowned and swept his cold gaze over. Instantly, these people withdrew their gazes and didn't dare look at Duan Lingtian again. The shock in their hearts was difficult to calm down for a long time. Only then did Duan Lingtian return to his seat. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu had a bitter smile on his face. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so valiant, actually daring to beat up the cousin of the fifth prince, and even to such an extent. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Duan Lingtian, you're too impulsive. Xiao Sun frowned. He was a member of the Xiao clan and had a rather good understanding of the fifth prince. He knew that the fifth prince was an ambitious and ruthless person, and not a simple figure. It was even to the extent that the fifth prince might become the next emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian, you and that Tong Li had an irreconcilable enmity from before? Su Li asked Duan Lingtian. This was also the question that Xiao Yu and the others had in their hearts. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and spoke of the conflict between him and Tong Li from 3 months ago. So that's how it is. Looks like even if you didn't beat her today, she wouldn't let you off. Tian Hu came to a sudden understanding. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun came to an understanding as well. So it turned out that Duan Lingtian and Tong Li were like fire and water. In this way, it wasn't a big deal for Duan Lingtian to teach Tong Li a lesson today. In this way, it was she who came looking for a beating this time. Su Li's eyes were suffused with coldness. You can say that. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled with a face full of indifference. Alright, let's not talk about her anymore. Talking about her too much is bad luck. However, even though he didn't care, it didn't mean that Xiao Yu and the others didn't care. Duan Lingtian, why don't you stay overnight with me and Su Li from today onwards? Even though that fifth prince has a respected status in Paladin Academy, he doesn't dare act rashly. Tian Hu suggested. Yeah, Duan Lingtian, I think Tian Hu is right. You stay overnight. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun spoke to Duan Lingtian as well. Su Li also looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could notice that Su Li's cold eyes revealed a rare trace of concern, causing him to feel warm in his heart. I know you guys have good intentions, but I have my own plans. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. His eyes congealed and a fierce light flashed within. Whoosh! Suddenly, at this moment, a black bolt of lightning flashed out from under Duan Lingtian's long sleeve and directly leaped onto the table. It was precisely the little black python that Duan Lingtian carried with him at all times. The little python stuck its head out and sucked the soup from a plate of meat dishes with great relish. This is... The gazes of Xiao Yu and the others were all attracted by the little python. What a peculiar snake. The golden veined patterns on its body seemed to be ancient characters. There's even a single horn on its head. What breed is this? I've never seen or heard of it. Xiao Sun's gaze fell upon the little python as he exclaimed in a low voice. Duanling Tian, this is your pet? Tian, who swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Even he was able to realize that this little python wasn't simple. Not to mention anything else, just the speed at which the little python scuttled out just now was something he couldn't catch in the slightest. He only felt a black bolt of lightning flash past and the little python appeared out of thin air. Yes. Duanling Tian didn't deny it. He also didn't expect that this mischievous little fellow would run out. He swung his palm over and scooped it back into his long sleeve. Hiss hiss, the little python swiftly flicked its tongue, as if it was protesting Duanling Tian's actions, but unfortunately, its protest was ineffective. After the little python's disturbance, the atmosphere at Duanling Tian's table eased up a bit, but Xiao Yu and the others were still very worried about Duanling Tian. Chapter 153. After sleeping for an entire afternoon, Duanling Tian yawned and walked out of Paladin Academy with Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. After separating from the two of them, Duanling Tian seemed to have noticed something, and a trace of a bright light flashed past his muddy eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Shrugging, Duanling Tian didn't directly return home, but instead walked towards a remote street on the other side and entered a small alley. Whoosh! Whoosh! Practically at the instant Duanling Tian walked into the small alley, two extremely swift figures flashed out from behind him, and they blocked his path one after the other. When did members of the Duan clan start to be the lackeys of branch clan disciples? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed, seeming to not be the slightest bit surprised by the appearance of these two people. When he'd just walked out of Paladin Academy's entrance, he noticed a gloomy gaze watching him from afar. He only glanced slightly before noticing Duanrong, who was concealed at the side. Beside Duanrong were two other people. Relying on the anti-tracking experience from his previous life's weapon specialist, the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and his current spiritual force that was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist, Duanling Tian roughly sensed the cultivations of the two people beside Duanrong after a short moment, and they ought to be at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above. Now, as soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, it caused the faces of the two middle-aged men to sink. They never imagined that this youth would actually guess their identities. A bad premonition suddenly arose within their hearts. This youth is actually still able to be so composed at a time like this. Could it be that he has something to rely on? Or perhaps, he has an expert protecting him? The two middle-aged men subconsciously observed the surroundings for a while. According to their knowledge, this youth seemed to only have a 7th level origin core stage martial artist protecting him. Moreover, that 7th level origin core stage martial artist didn't seem to be present today. After not noticing any clues, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Are all members of the Duan clan so cowardly? The cold smile on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth became even more brilliant, and his words were filled with ridicule. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. The eyes of the middle-aged man behind him turned cold and he said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, he looked at the other middle-aged man and nodded. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the bodies of the two middle-aged men shook, as if they had turned into two extremely fast lightning, and rushed towards Duanling Tian. Above them, 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared respectively, two 9th level origin core martial artists. That Duan Ru-Lei really thinks highly of me. When faced with the pincer attack of two 9th level origin core stage martial artists, Duanling Tian seemed to not care in the slightest. He stood on the spot without moving like a mountain, and his voice was incomparably calm. Although the two middle-aged men felt that the young man's reaction was a little strange, they had no way to back down now. Die! The two people's eyes revealed a murderous glint. Their fists and palms bloomed with essence force, enveloping Duanling Tian. Originally, I had no intention of becoming enemies with the other members of the Duan clan out of respect for my deadbeat father. However, since all of you are assisting the tyrant in his evil deeds, then go to hell. Then go to hell. In the blink of an eye, Duanling Tian's speed of speech sped up. In the next moment, he raised his hand. Whoosh! A black flowing light flashed out from beneath his sleeve, swift like a bolt of lightning, like a death god's scythe that whistled out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian's feet shook, and he instantly dodged to the side. Bang! Along with the black-colored lightning passing through their chests, the origin energy on the bodies of the two middle-aged men that attacked Duan Lingtian from the front and back completely dispersed, and the inertia brought their bodies to collide together, fiercely falling to the ground, completely devoid of any signs of life. Whoosh! The black-colored lightning flashed to descend onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Hiss hiss, the little black snake flicked its tongue as it licked Duan Lingtian's face, and its pair of small eyes spun about, incomparably quick-witted. Duan Lingtian squatted down and searched the two corpses for a while. So poor, the two of them added up to only a little over 500,000 silver. Forget it, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat, every bit counts. After putting away the stack of silver into his storage ring, Duan Lingtian grabbed the little black snake from his shoulder and held it in his palm as he lightly smiled. You little fellow, you've done well. When we return, I'll get someone to make something delicious for you. The little black snake seemed to be able to understand Duan Lingtian's words, and it lightly nodded as its quick-witted body swayed, and it was extremely happy. As expected, nascent soul stage ferocious beasts are already able to understand human language to a certain extent. However, Little Black and Little White have only just reached the nascent soul stage after all, and they still need some guidance before they can completely understand human language. Duan Lingtian's heart moved as he continued forward, and after turning a few corners, he returned to his own courtyard house. Within the spacious courtyard house, Duan Rong sat with his legs crossed as he enjoyed the massage of the servant girl, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he chewed on an apple. When he thought of how he wouldn't be able to see that violet-clothed youth again from tomorrow onwards, he couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. Who asked you to offend this young master? I reckon you won't even know who asked them to kill you until you die, right? The more Duan Rong thought about it, the happier he felt in his heart. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to be happy for long. That night, an unexpected guest arrived at his courtyard house. Duan Lingxing. Cousin brother, why have you come? Duan Rong was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingxing arrive, but his eyes were filled with a smile that didn't stop. You seem to be rather happy. Duan Lingxing slowly spoke. Of course, when I think of how I won't be able to see that arrogant kid again tomorrow, I feel a burst of joy in my heart. Right, cousin brother, why have you come looking for me so late at night? Because the light was dim, Duan Rong didn't notice Duan Lingxing's slightly gloomy face. I'm afraid this matter won't go according to your wishes. Duan Lingxing's eyes focused as he slowly spoke. Cousin brother, what do you mean by this? Duan Rong finally felt that something was wrong, and his heart jerked as the smile on his face completely froze. Could it be that something went wrong? It shouldn't be. That violet-clothed youth was by himself when he left Paladin Academy today, and even if he wasn't by himself, the masked middle-aged man by his side was only a 7th-level Origin Core stage martial artist. Under the hands of 2 9th-level Origin Core stage martial artists, he ought to be dead for sure. The 2 9th-level Origin Core stage martial artists my father sent to you didn't return to the Duan clan estate to report the results to my father until dark. So my father sent another group to search for a while, but who would have thought that their corpses would actually be found near Paladin Academy? Duan Lingxing's expression was incomparably gloomy. Who exactly did this cousin brother of his offend? No. Impossible, impossible. Duan Rong hurriedly shook his head with an expression of disbelief, unwilling to believe that all this was true. Didn't you say that he only had a 7th-level Origin Core stage martial artist by his side? Duan Lingxing frowned as he spoke in a low voice. I don't know either. At that time, there was indeed only a 7th-level Origin Core stage martial artist by his side. This was something that our branch family's 8th elder saw with his own 2 eyes. Duan Rong laughed bitterly. Humph. Looks like the background of this enemy of yours isn't so simple. The two 9th-level Origin Core stage martial artists my father sent to you were both killed with a single strike by a sharp weapon that pierced through their hearts. The person who killed them acted decisively. I can almost be sure that it was surely a nascent soul stage martial artist who did it. In other words, the person you want to kill has a nascent soul stage martial artist protecting him. Duan Lingxing grunted coldly, then looked at Duan Rong. You better not expose yourself in this matter. Otherwise, if he finds out that it was you who did it, your life will be difficult to protect. Duan Rong was terrified to the point his face went ghastly pale when he heard Duan Lingxing. He never imagined that the violet-clothed youth actually had a nascent soul stage martial artist by his side. After all, even in the Duan clan branch family he was in, there were only 2 supreme elders that were existences at the nascent soul stage. Cousin brother, how has uncle decided to deal with this matter? I feel that person will suspect me sooner or later. Why don't I return to the Duan clan estate with you for a period of time? Duan Rong's voice slightly trembled. He was afraid. Don't worry, no matter who he is, since he dares to kill a member of our Duan clan, he will surely die. Duan Lingxing's gaze was suffused with a trace of coldness. Duan Rong heaved a sigh of relief when he heard what Duan Rong said. You better keep a low profile during this period of time and don't cause trouble for me, understand? Duan Lingxing glared at Duan Rong, causing the latter to hurriedly nod without daring to hesitate. Within the room, Duan Lingtian spread out most of the materials Xiong Quan gathered today, and his brows raised. I never imagined that Xiong Quan would be able to gather more than half of the materials I need in only a day. It's enough to inscribe 2 inscriptions. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then raised his hand and withdrew the violet myrtle flexible sword. At the same time, he removed the spatial ring on his hand. The offensive inscription he planned to inscribe was called the Bone Corrosion Inscription. Once the Bone Corrosion Inscription was activated, it would emit bone corrosion energy. Unless it was an expert at the half-step void stage or above, it would be impossible to dodge or neutralize it. Once struck, the bones in one's body would be corroded into ashes in an instant, and only flesh and blood would remain. One would be deader than dead. Although a person struck by the bone corrosion inscription would die in an instant, at the instant of death, the person would have to endure extreme pain. It was pain that penetrated the heart, pain that penetrated the marrow. A pain that was impossible for an ordinary person to imagine. It wasn't until late at night that Duan Lingtian finally completed the 2 bone corrosion inscriptions, inscribing them onto the violet myrtle flexible sword and the spatial ring. After all, it was a high-grade inscription. Besides being able to be inscribed onto the spatial ring, it could even perfectly exist with the blood crescent inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword. After completing these 2 inscriptions, Duan Lingtian's strained spiritual force relaxed, and exhaustion instantly swept over him, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. When he woke up the next day, he still felt extremely exhausted, and his complexion was slightly poor. Tian, are you all right? Li Ro had a face full of worry when she saw her son's complexion. Scoundrel, what did you do last night? Yeah, young master, why is your complexion so poor? Li Fei and Kerr had faces full of worry as well, and their hearts ached endlessly. I'm fine, I only inscribed 2 inscriptions. Don't worry, I'll be able to recover when I return from the academy today. Chapter 154. In the classroom, Sima Changfeng stood at the lectern and slowly spoke about the Tao of Xiang. Below the lectern, the violet-clothed youth was snoring on the table, forming a sharp contrast with the other 17 students who were listening attentively. Duan Lingtian, this fellow, didn't sleep last night. He slept for the entire afternoon yesterday. Even if he really didn't sleep last night, it shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian, who was deeply asleep, with astonishment. Alright, all of you carefully think about what I said earlier. Sima Changfeng said to the other students, then walked to Duan Lingtian's table and lightly knocked on the table. Duan Lingtian, come out with me for a moment. Duan Lingtian raised his head and rubbed his dry eyes. After seeing Sima Changfeng, he smiled embarrassedly and obediently followed him out. Duan Lingtian originally thought that Sima Changfeng called him out because of him sleeping in class, unexpectedly. "You're an inscription master." Sima Changfeng's eyes were suffused with wisdom as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked, and with a quiver, he instantly sobered up. He deeply glanced at Sima Changfeng. "Teacher Sima, why do you say that?" Sima Changfeng lightly smiled. "I've studied the Tao of inscriptions quite a bit. According to what I know, the exhaustion of essence, energy, and spirit is divided into many types, and your exhaustion is obviously caused by the exhaustion of your spiritual force. Only an inscription master would have such a situation." Sima Changfeng spoke as if he was very familiar with it. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted. Although Sima Changfeng only said that he had studied the Tao of inscriptions quite a bit, Duan Lingtian knew that he was being modest. Not to mention anything else, just what he said now was something that an ordinary inscription master wouldn't be able to say. Obviously, this teacher Sima was an experienced inscription master as well. "I never expected that teacher would be an inscription master as well." Duan Lingtian smiled, but he did not deny the fact that he was an inscription master. Since Sima Changfeng could see that he had used up too much of his spiritual force, it was obvious that he had already confirmed that he was an inscription master. Even if he didn't admit it, Sima Changfeng wouldn't believe him. "I can be considered to have dabbled a little in the Tao of inscriptions." "You're only at the core formation stage, so your spiritual force is limited. There's no need to spend too much time on the inscription technique. Once your cultivation increases, your spiritual force will naturally increase as well. You can spend more time on the inscription technique in the future, that's the right way to go." Sima Changfeng's expression became serious as he patiently guided him. Obviously, he thought that Duan Lingtian had studied the art of inscriptions for too long, and that was why his spiritual energy was exhausted. "Yes, teacher." Duan Lingtian nodded slightly. He knew that Sima Changfeng had good intentions, so he didn't explain further. "At your age, concentrating on improving your cultivation is the right way to go. In the future, if you're really interested in the inscription technique, even though the inscriptions I possess are limited, I can still guide you slightly and allow you to take fewer detours," Sima Changfeng continued. Sima Changfeng continued. Obviously, he took great care of his student, Duan Lingtian. "Guide me?" The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He possessed the lifetime worth of memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, and the reincarnation Emperor Wu's inscription technique could absolutely be said to be unparalleled in the world. Not to mention this tiny Crimson Sky Kingdom, even if it was in the entire Cloud Continent, there might not be anyone who could compete with the reincarnation Emperor Wu in the inscription technique. "Thank you, teacher." However, Duan Lingtian still thanked Sima Changfeng. No matter what, Sima Changfeng had good intentions. Although with the inscription arts he mastered, it was more than enough to be Sima Changfeng's ancestor. "Let's go back." Under Sima Changfeng's call, Duan Lingtian followed him back to the classroom. Before long, the morning class ended. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun moved closer to Duan Lingtian, and their eyes revealed an ambiguous look that all men understood. "Duan Lingtian, you're still young. There are some things that should be done in moderation, so as to avoid harming your body, F***K. What are you two talking about?" Duan Lingtian glared at the two of them. How could he not know what these two filthy fellows were thinking? "Look at you, you're angry from embarrassment, right? We're all adults, isn't it normal for us to have sex?" Xiao Sun laughed. "Exactly. Otherwise, why would you be so sleepy today, and even be called out by teacher Sima for a lecture?" Xiao Yu nodded in agreement, as what he said was reasonable and well-founded. "I can't be bothered with you two." Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at the two of them before heading directly to the cafeteria. When the three of them arrived at the cafeteria, they noticed that Su Li and Tian Hu had already occupied a table. "Su Li, Tian Hu, the two of you are actually earlier than us today." Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. That fellow Niu Mang seemed to have something to do today and left early. Tian Hu smiled, then his expression became slightly serious. Duanling Tian, that fifth prince didn't look for trouble with you, right? Duanling Tian shook his head. Even if the fifth prince really wanted to look for trouble with him, he probably wouldn't make a move so quickly. A person like the fifth prince who grew up in the deceit and deception of the imperial family was undoubtedly the most sensitive. Based on his attitude towards Tong Li yesterday, so long as the fifth prince didn't completely investigate his background, he would surely not touch him. After all, the attitude he displayed yesterday seemed to have something to rely on, and he wasn't afraid of the fifth prince in the slightest. This was something that many people had seen at that time. It's that Duanrong again. Tian Hu's gaze looked towards one of the two people that were walking over from afar. Duanling Tian, this Duanrong seems to be slightly different today. Why do I feel that the gaze he looks at you with is completely different from yesterday? It's more like he's afraid of you. Did you do something to him? As Xiao Yu spoke, he looked at Duanling Tian with a face filled with bewilderment. But he noticed. Presently, Duanling Tian's gaze was fierce like lightning, and traces of dense bloody killing intent even extended out from his body. Although the killing intent wasn't targeted at him, it still caused his heart to tremble. The faces of Su Li, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu went pale as well, as they were all affected by Duanling Tian's killing intent. Their gazes simultaneously descended onto the young man beside Duanrong in the distance. It's him. Xiao Sun recognized the young man with a glance. The son of the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, Duan Lingxing. Duanling Tian never imagined that he would actually meet Duan Lingxing, this person that he hated to the bone, in Paladin Academy. His heart trembled. The scene of Duan Lingxing flaunting his prowess and heavily injuring him, Ke, and Li Xian was still vivid before his eyes. Duan Lingxing. Duan Lingtian's voice revealed boundless coldness, and his hand had already touched the hilt of the violet myrtle flexible sword on his waist. Now, as long as he willed it, he would swing out his sword and kill Duan Lingxing. Suddenly being enveloped by Duan Lingtian's bloody killing intent caused Duan Rong's face to go pale and his legs to tremble. At this moment, he felt as if he was a lone boat in the middle of the ocean, with the danger of capsizing at any moment. This feeling was too unbearable, almost to the point of suffocation. He knows cousin. Duanrong took a deep breath and forcefully resisted this bloodthirsty killing intent. His face was ghastly pale as he stared at the violet-clothed youth in the distance. He noticed that the violet-clothed youth that he hated to the bone seemed to hate his cousin to the bone as well. What's going on? Who can tell him? The instant Duan Lingxing was enveloped by the bloody killing intent, he felt that this killing intent was slightly familiar. At the same time that he circulated his origin energy and forcefully resisted this killing intent, he looked towards the source of the killing intent, and his gaze descended onto the violet-clothed youth in the distance. 2 years had passed, and the violet-clothed youth from before had obviously matured a lot. But he still recognized him with a single glance. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingxing's pupils constricted, and his eyes emitted a dense killing intent that was difficult to suppress. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually appear in Paladin Academy. To be able to appear in Paladin Academy, there was only one possibility, and that was that Duan Lingtian had become a student of Paladin Academy. If he didn't guess wrongly, this Duan Lingtian seemed to be only 18 years old today. At the age of 18, he passed the entrance exam of Paladin Academy in the 18 counties and entered Paladin Academy. Such natural talent was even more monstrous than the Duan Ruffing from all those years ago. There was only one thought left in his heart. This Duan Lingtian must die. He could imagine that if Duan Lingtian didn't die, then he would surely be a great calamity in the future. Duan Lingtian, I'm really surprised. Not only did you inherit your short-lived father's natural talent, you even surpassed him. You entered Paladin Academy at the mere age of 18. Duan Lingxing arrived before Duan Lingtian's table, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. I'm also very surprised. The son of a cripple is actually in Paladin Academy as well. If I'm not wrong, You ought to have obtained the recommendation of the Duan clan to be able to enter Paladin Academy, right? The son of a cripple is trash as expected, needing to go through the back door to enter Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he confronted Duan Lingtian. A shapeless aura shot out from the two of them, ceaselessly colliding with each other. Everyone else present could feel the tension in the air. You dare humiliate my father? Duan Lingxing's body trembled, and the dense killing intent in his eyes couldn't be any stronger as he spoke in an incomparably low voice. Did I say something wrong? Duan Lingtian sneered fearlessly. The surrounding group of Paladin Academy students, including Su Li, Xiao Yu, and the others, were all dumbstruck. They'd also noticed that since the moment Duan Lingxing appeared, Duan Lingtian seemed to have become a completely different person. That gaze was as if he'd seen his life's greatest enemy, and wished for nothing more than to pounce over and tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. And when Duan Lingxing saw Duan Lingtian, he similarly seemed to be filled with bloodthirsty hatred. These two people seemed as if they were born to be mortal enemies. Cousin. Cousin, he. Who is he? Duan Rong hid behind Duan Lingxing and barely avoided the killing intent that swept towards him from the front as he asked with difficulty. Duan Lingtian? Could it be that this violet-clothed youth is a member of the Duan clan as well? Chapter 155. Short-lived ghost? Duan Lingtian's gaze became even more icy cold. Although he didn't have any feelings towards that deadbeat father of his, he was his father after all, and also the husband of his most respected mother. How could he allow this Duan Lingxing to blaspheme? Duan Rong was stunned. Duan Ruffing? He'd heard of this name before. Duan Ruffing, the former peerless genius of the imperial city's Duan clan, a figure that rose like a comet. Ever since he went missing 18 years ago, there had been no news of him. Even so, there were still many people who deeply remembered him. If Duan Ruffing hadn't gone missing, then he would be the third master of the Duan clan. No, if Duan Ruffing hadn't gone missing, then so long as he was willing, the position of patriarch of this generation of the Duan clan would be his. Duan Rong never imagined this. This violet-clothed young man that he hated to the bone was actually the son of Duan Ruffing. At the same time that Duan Rong was stunned, the gazes of everyone present descended onto Duan Lingtian. Especially Xiao Sun, whose pupils couldn't help but constrict. Duan Lingtian was actually really a member of the Duan clan. Moreover, he was the son of Duan Ruffing, the publicly acknowledged peerless genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Xiao Yu and Tian who had more or less heard of Duan Ruffing. They never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually had such an identity. And he was even a direct descendant of the imperial city's Duan clan. Duan Ruffing? Su Li's eyes shone with a strand of a surprised flowing light as he deeply glanced at Duan Lingtian. This youth is actually the son of Duan Ruffing. I never imagined that Duan Ruffing still had a descendant alive. This youth was obviously not recommended by the Duan clan. To be able to pass the entrance exam of the 18 counties at such an age and enter our Paladin Academy, his natural talent is truly monstrous. Some of the Paladin Academy students whispered to each other. Duan Lingxing, the reason I came to the Imperial City and entered Paladin Academy was to kill you and return the gift you gave me 2 years ago. Now, I officially challenge you to a battle of life and death. Do you dare accept? Duan Lingtian suddenly sat up from his seat. His eyes flashed with a cold light and his voice was extremely cold, as if it came from an ice cave. He couldn't wait to kill Duan Lingxing. However, he also understood that with his current situation, he couldn't be impulsive. He had to kill Duan Lingxing in an open and above-board manner so that the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Duan Lingtian's words stunned the people present on the scene. Is this Duan Lingtian an idiot? Duan Lingxing is a grade 4 student. Supposedly, he's already stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage. Even if this Duan Lingtian's natural talent isn't bad, he's only around 18 after all. Moreover, he's only a grade 1 student. Many of the Paladin Academy students were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, don't be rash. Xiao Sun's face went grim as he hurriedly dissuaded Duan Lingtian. Although he knew that Duan Lingtian was strong and believed that Duan Lingtian would be able to surpass Duan Lingxing in the future. But now, Duan Lingtian was undoubtedly still slightly inferior to Duan Lingxing. He'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength before. Although it wasn't bad, it was only slightly stronger than Su Li and could be said to be invincible amongst the 7th level of the core formation stage. But if he were to encounter an 8th level core formation stage martial artist, it would be strenuous, not to mention that this Duan Lingxing was in existence at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Xiao Yu and Tian, who also found out about Duan Lingxing's cultivation from the surrounding discussions, and their faces went grim as they tried to dissuade him. Only Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian, whose eyes flickered with a cold light and the corners of his mouth curled into an arc. He seemed to be lost in thought and didn't try to dissuade him. You challenge me? Or a battle of life and death? Duan Lingxing felt it was slightly inconceivable when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The moment he laid eyes on Duan Lingtian, he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, this was Paladin Academy, and the consequences of killing someone for no reason was something that even he, the son of the Duan clan's second master, couldn't bear. But if a battle of life and death was set up, then it would be a different story. If a battle of life and death was set up, then even if he killed his opponent, Paladin Academy wouldn't interfere. What? You don't dare? Duan Lingtian sneered. Just when Duan Lingxing was about to open his mouth and agree, Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke. Cousin. Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, and his eyes emitted a trace of fear as he said in a low voice, "This Duan Lingtian is the violet-clothed youth that injured me 2 months ago. Didn't you say last night that we can't act rashly and that we should first clearly investigate his background before asking Uncle to send people to deal with him?" What? He's the violet-clothed youth you spoke of? Duan Lingxing's pupils constricted. The reason he came to the cafeteria with his cousin, Duan Rong, was to meet his cousin's enemy. He never would have thought that his cousin's enemy would be Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Rong nodded and said with a face full of fear, "Cousin, this Duan Lingtian took the initiative to issue a challenge. This matter is strange. You must not agree." When he heard that Duan Lingtian was the son of Duan Ruffing, he was afraid. Although Duan Ruffing had been missing for almost 20 years, no one had ever been able to confirm that he was dead. It was even to the extent that some people said that it was very likely that Duan Ruffing was still alive. If Duan Ruffing was really alive, this Duan Lingtian would have a great backer that no one in the Crimson Sky Kingdom could compare to. Humph. I have my own plans. Duan Lingxing's eyes narrowed. Would he refuse Duan Lingtian's challenge? The answer was no. When he heard what his cousin, Duan Rong, said, his killing intent towards Duan Lingtian in his heart increased even more. This Duan Lingtian actually had the protection of a nascent soul martial artist by his side. He had a feeling that if he missed this opportunity, then wanting to kill Duan Lingtian in the future would be even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Ha ha ha. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Rong and Duan Lingxing whispering for a long time, then he couldn't help but laugh loudly, and his voice was filled with arrogance and unruliness. Duan Lingxing, as expected of the son of the Duan clan's trash second master. You don't even dare accept the life and death challenge of an 18-year-old youth. Coward! Coward! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the gazes that the Paladin Academy students present looked at Duan Lingxing with became strange. Duan Lingxing wouldn't really dare accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge, right? Is he a man in the end? A senior year 4 student wouldn't dare accept the life and death challenge of a new year 1 student. Moreover, the latter is only a youth. This Duan Lingxing probably won't be able to hold his head up high in Paladin Academy or even the Imperial City in the future. Some students spoke out one after another, as they wished for the world to be in chaos. When these voices entered into Duan Lingxing's ears, they were like needles piercing into his heart. His gaze went cold and his face was covered in frost as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're simply even more arrogant than your father all those years ago. Since you want to seek death, then I'll send you on your way. I accept your life and death challenge. Duan Lingxing replied very straightforwardly. Cousin. Duan Rong's face went pale. He kept having the feeling that something was wrong, and he was slightly flustered in his heart. Shut up. But after being glared at by Duan Lingxing, Duan Rong instantly didn't dare make another sound. He knew that what this cousin of his had decided on wasn't something he could interfere with. Meanwhile, the people at the corner of the cafeteria where Duan Lingtian was at grew more and more. Suddenly. I never imagined that I would encounter such an interesting matter while eating. Since you all want a life and death challenge, then this old fellow will join in the fun and bear witness for all of you. An aged voice sounded out from above the cafeteria pavilion. The cafeteria pavilion wasn't open to Paladin Academy students. At this moment, a gray-robed old man slowly walked down from the pavilion. Vice Dean. Vice Dean. Instantly, all the students respectfully greeted the old man one by one. Duan Lingtian looked over as well. The gray-robed old man had a thin figure and an ordinary appearance. Although he was old, he seemed to be in high spirits, and his eyes even flowed with a bright light. This was a powerhouse. At least, to the current Duan Lingtian, the old man was an expert. Vice Dean. Even the arrogant and unruly Duan Lingxing respectfully bowed when he saw the old man. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded to the old man as well. You all want a life and death challenge, right? The old man's brows raised, and a trace of a smile of anticipation appeared on the corners of his mouth. Then I'll be your witness. But, do you want to notify your elders to come? This matter is no small matter, and you may die at the slightest move. No need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Notify the elders to come. He could imagine that if his mother came, she would surely not agree to his life and death challenge with Duan Lingxing. What about you? The old man looked at Duan Lingxing and asked. Duan Lingxing's icy cold gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he slowly said, I don't need it either, since the one who dies won't be me anyway. Duan Lingxing's words were filled with confidence. Let's go to the martial arts practice grounds. The old man nodded, and with a flash of his body, he seemed to have vanished on the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already more than 10 meters away. What a swift speed! Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted and he had a face full of surprise. The old man's speed was much faster than Xiong Quan's, and it could even be said that they weren't on the same level. Of course, this was also because Xiong Quan hadn't recovered his strength. Once he stepped into the Origin Core stage and refined a Grade 8 Spirit Cleansing Pill for Xiong Quan to consume, Xiong Quan's strength would surely recover to the Void Prying stage. At that time, the Crimson Sky Kingdom would give birth to the 4th True Void Stage Expert. The group of students in the cafeteria, no matter if they were eating or waiting for their food to be served, all gushed out of the cafeteria and followed up. A life and death challenge. Such a bustle didn't happen every day. They could skip the meal, but they couldn't not watch the show. He's called Duan Lingtian. A red-clothed woman with a long black whip in her hand followed him, escorted by another woman. Her eyes flickered with an eerie chill. It was precisely Tong Li. Miss Li, that Duan Lingtian, a new student, actually dared to challenge a grade 4 student, and it's even a life and death challenge. He's dead for sure this time. This time, there's someone helping you vent your anger. The woman following behind Tong Li lightly smiled. Humph. But unfortunately, he can't die in my hands. But, even if he's killed, I won't let his corpse go. Since I said I'll tear him into pieces, then I'll do as I say. Tong Li's voice was filled with bone-piercing coldness. Chapter 156. Under the lead of the old man, the group of Paladin Academy students majestically walked towards the martial arts practice grounds. Duan Lingtian, are you confident? Xiao Yu walked beside Duan Lingtian as he asked in a low voice. Xiao Sun and Tian, who looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Now, what was done couldn't be undone, and they understood that they couldn't change anything. They only hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive this life and death battle. Have a little confidence in me, okay? At the critical moment, it's still Su Li who supports me the most. Duan Lingtian shook his head and lightly smiled. He had a calm appearance that didn't seem like a person who was about to undergo a life and death battle. Xiao Yu's group of 3 looked at Su Li, and only now did they notice that Su Li was as calm as Duan Lingtian. They heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Sun's eyes revealed a trace of suspicion. Could it be that Duan Lingtian still concealed his strength during the battle with Su Li last time? In the distance, Duan Rong walked beside Duan Lingxing. His gaze occasionally flashed past Duan Lingtian and noticed the indifference on Duan Lingtian's face. His heart jerked, and he felt even more uneasy in his heart. Cousin, I think that Duan Lingtian seems to be very confident. Duan Rong looked at Duan Lingxing with a face full of worry. Humph. Duan Lingxing coldly snorted and interrupted Duan Rong. He's called confident. That's called insolence. This Duan Lingtian is just like his short-lived father, arrogant to the point of being out of control. Today, I'll let his blood dye Paladin Academy. In this way, not only can I take revenge for you, I can also solve a great problem for my family. Actually, the reason why Duan Lingxing was in such a hurry to kill Duan Lingtian. Besides hating Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Ruffing, for crippling his father all those years ago, the most important reason was because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would return to the Duan clan. Although Duan Lingtian had left the Duan clan that year, his name remained in the Duan clan's direct line of descent, and he was still a member of the Duan clan's direct line of descent. If the other members of the Duan clan were to discover Duan Lingtian's natural talent, they would surely bring Duan Lingtian back to the Duan clan. That was the last thing he wanted to see. Therefore, he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and get rid of all future troubles. Duan Rong was silent. In fact, he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian's finger attack had almost crippled one of his hands, making it difficult for him to recover. Before long, the spacious martial arts practice grounds was filled with people in a formidable array. The gray-robed old man stood in the middle of the crowd as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingxing, then he raised his hand and withdrew a piece of paper from his spatial ring. This was Paladin Academy's life and death contract. If the students of Paladin Academy had irreconcilable enmity that would only be resolved by death, they could sign a life and death contract. In this way, Paladin Academy wouldn't pursue the death of any one of them. Press your fingerprints onto it. The old man raised his hand and casually tossed the life and death contract away. A gentle force guided the life and death contract to descend before Duan Lingxing. Duan Lingxing stretched out his hand and directly received it, then he bit open his thumb and pressed it onto it. After that, he snorted coldly and tossed the life and death contract to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian pressed his fingerprints onto it as well. Life and death contract formed. The old man took back the life and death contract and his eyes focused as he said in a low voice, "Since the two of you have signed the life and death contract, the following battle will be a battle to the death. The two of you can rely on spirit weapons during the battle, but you can't use other external forces such as inscriptions." Can't use inscriptions? Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly flickered, but he didn't plan on using inscriptions. 9th level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingxing wasn't surprised that Duan Lingtian had such a cultivation. We can use spirit weapons. I heard that Duan Lingxing has a spirit weapon, gold silk gloves, and it's a grade 8 spirit weapon. It can't be, right? This Duan Lingxing has a grade 8 spirit weapon. Actually, it's not strange. Duan Lingxing's father is the second master of the Duan clan, so getting a grade 8 spirit weapon for him isn't a difficult matter. That's true. However, this way, Duan Lingtian will be in even more danger. Even if Duan Lingxing doesn't have a grade 8 spirit weapon, do you think Duan Lingtian has any hope of surviving? Not many of the Paladin Academy students that were watching the show looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Grade 8 spirit weapon. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, whose faces all went grim. Damn it, if I knew there would be this life and death battle earlier, I would have borrowed my brother's grade 8 spirit weapon this morning. Xiao Sun's face sank. Don't worry, Duan Lingtian's flexible sword is a grade 8 spirit weapon as well. Right at this moment, Su Li spoke. Ha! Xiao Yu's group of 3 couldn't help but be surprised. How did you know? A few days ago, a few notches were cut into my sword by his sword. The corners of Su Li's mouth twitched, and he felt slight heartache. Xiao Yu's group of 3 came to a sudden realization. Su Li's sword was a grade 9 spirit weapon, and since Duan Lingtian's sword was able to cut into Su Li's sword, it ought to be a grade 8 spirit weapon without a doubt. Looks like he didn't display the full might of a grade 8 spirit weapon that day. Tian Hu gasped as he spoke in astonishment. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun deeply agreed. Only Su Li's brows raised, but he didn't comment. That day, he suspected that Duan Lingtian might not have utilized the strength of a spirit weapon. Today, Duan Lingtian took the initiative to challenge Duan Lingxing, and even more so revealed his strong confidence. He realized that his suspicions weren't wrong. Remember what I said earlier. If any of you utilize external forces other than a spirit weapon, I will directly make a move and kill you. The voice of the grey-robed old man, who was also the vice dean of Paladin Academy, abruptly went cold, then returned to normal as he said in a clear voice, "Begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he retreated to the side. Duan Lingtian, I'll send you to hell right now and let you chase after the footsteps of that short-lived father of yours. Duan Lingxing had already put on the gold thread gloves, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile as a cold light shot out from his eyes. Do all trash like to talk big? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed as he sneered. You're courting death. When he heard Duan Lingtian call him trash again, Duan Lingxing went completely berserk, and his figure flashed before pouncing towards Duan Lingtian like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Whoosh! Duan Lingxing's figure flashed out with a swift speed, as if transforming into a gust of wind, and he instantly arrived near Duan Lingtian. Above him, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. He used his full strength the moment he attacked. Bang! Duan Lingxing's palm tore through the sky, and his origin energy skyrocketed as it descended with a bang, enveloping Duan Lingtian. This palm strike seemed to be able to suppress everything. Above Duan Lingxing's head, the strength of another 2 ancient mammoths was added, and this was the amplification of strength from a grade 8 spirit weapon. Duan Lingxing's palm strike contains the strength of 14 ancient mammoths. The gazes of some of the spectating Paladin Academy students focused, and their hearts couldn't help but rise to their throats, as if the person facing this palm strike wasn't Duan Lingtian, but them. Facing Duan Lingxing's palm strike, Duan Lingtian didn't dare underestimate it. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he followed suit. He took a step forward. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as if transforming into a flexible spirit serpent, barely dodging Duan Lingxing's palm strike. Above him, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, 9th level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingxing's pupils constricted. He never would have thought that Duan Lingtian was also a 9th level core formation martial artist. He suddenly had a feeling that he was tricked. How could this be possible? This little bastard is only 18 years old, how could he be a 9th level core formation martial artist? No. Impossible. Duan Lingxing's heart was in chaos, unwilling to believe that all this was true. And right at this instant, the crowd of spectating Paladin Academy students were stunned. This scene was simply unbelievable. This Duan Lingtian, a mere 18-year-old youth, a grade 1 student, he was actually a 9th level core formation martial artist. What natural talent was this? Didn't that mean that he had a chance of stepping into the origin core stage before the age of 20? Such natural talent surpasses his father, Duan Ruffing. A trace of a bright light flashed within the vice dean's eyes. At this moment, a trace of regret arose within his heart. If he had known earlier that Duan Lingtian was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, he would surely have stopped this life and death duel. But unfortunately, what was done couldn't be undone. Now, He only hoped that Duan Ling Tian would be able to survive, as he wasn't willing to see such a genius fall. Duan Ling Tian is at the 9th level of the core formation stage. And at almost the same time, Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu were shocked as well. As expected. Su Li's eyes focused and a trace of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Duan Ling Tian had obviously concealed most of his strength when he battled with him the day before yesterday, otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for Duan Ling Tian. Impossible, how could this be possible? Tong Li had a face full of disbelief when she saw this scene. This youth that she hated to the bone was actually a 9th level core formation martial artist. Cousin. Duan Rong's face was ghastly pale. He suddenly realized that the worry in his heart wasn't without reason. Everyone's reaction happened in the blink of an eye. On the martial arts practice grounds. Even if you're at the 9th level of the core formation stage, do you think you can dodge my palm strike like this? Duan Lingxing's voice revealed boundless iciness. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian dodged, the palm strike that descended with a bang actually suddenly changed directions and continued to envelop Duan Ling Tian, as if it wouldn't stop until it killed Duan Ling Tian. Duan Lingxing, this sword strike is for Li Xian. Right at this moment, Duan Lingxing, whose figure flashed and was about to be caught up by Duan Ling Tian, suddenly spoke. His voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell. Within the iciness, it was filled with killing intent that shook the mind. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's hand flashed past his waist as he drew his sword. Sword drawing arts. The sword drawing technique was all about speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flashed out, and in an instant, 2 more ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. The strength of this sword strike was equal to the strength of Duan Lingxing's palm strike. Both of them contained the strength of 14 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian's spirit weapon is also a grade 8 spirit weapon. The surrounding crowd of spectators emitted a wave of continuous exclamations of surprise. Do you think this sword strike of yours will be able to injure me? Duan Ling Tian sneered when he saw Duan Lingxing's sword strike that seemed to have transformed into a violet bolt of lightning that flashed over. He twisted his hand. Chapter 157. When he saw Duan Lingxing actually wanted to block his violet myrtle flexible sword, Duan Ling Tian sneered. He spun the violet myrtle flexible sword and used its blade to intercept Duan Lingxing's palm strike. Duan Lingxing's face went grim. He dared to slap down the body of the sword with his palm, but even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare slap down the blade of the sword. Although he wore the grade 8 spirit weapon, gold silk gloves, on his hand, it was impossible for him to go head-to-head with a sword that was similarly a grade 8 spirit weapon. Do you think this will work? With a flash of light, Duan Lingxing sneered, but he didn't stop and continued slapping out with his palm while circulating his defensive martial skill at the same time, a high-grade profound ranked defensive martial skill at the perfection stage. Instantly, a layer of defensive chi suffused the surface of his gold silk gloves. His large hand descended, opened and closed, and actually directly grabbed onto the violet myrtle flexible sword that Duan Ling Tian swung out. The gold silk gloves were already extremely tough and durable, and it was difficult for ordinary swords and blades to damage them. Now with the addition of the defensive chi, Duan Lingxing relied on the strength of 14 ancient mammoths to forcefully block Duan Lingtian's sword strike that contained the strength of 14 ancient mammoths. The strength of the two cancelled each other out. Right when the corners of Duan Lingxing's mouth revealed a savage smile, and he intended to use this opportunity to launch an attack at Duan Ling Tian. An icy cold voice entered into his ears. Do you think I only have this little ability? In the next moment, Duan Lingxing's pupils constricted. Oh my god! What did I see? Another ancient mammoth silhouette appeared above Duan Ling Tian, and adding the 14 ancient mammoth silhouettes from before, a total of 15 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared, the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. No! Impossible! How could he possibly possess a grade 7 spirit weapon? How could this be possible? Duan Lingxing's face went ghastly pale, and his voice contained boundless terror. His first thought now was that the spirit weapon in Duan Ling Tian's hand wasn't a grade 8 spirit weapon, but a grade 7 spirit weapon. After all, if a 9th level core formation martial artist wanted to exert the strength of 15 ancient mammoths, they could only rely on a grade 7 spirit weapon to achieve it. A 7th grade spirit artifact could increase one's strength by nearly 30%. How could he possibly know? The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was utterly not a grade 7 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Raging Python form, and after completing the tempering of his fleshly body at the 4th level of the core formation stage, it allowed Duan Lingtian to possess the strength of 12 ancient mammoths that were comparable to a 9th level core formation martial artist. Yesterday morning, Duan Lingtian broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage and gained the strength of an ancient mammoth. Now, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, Duan Lingtian was still able to exert the strength of 13 ancient mammoths. Once he used a spirit weapon, the strength of 15 ancient mammoths would be at his fingertips. And at the same instant, the crowd of spectating Paladin Academy students were all stunned. Grade 7 spirit weapon. Oh my god, Duan Lingtian actually has a grade 7 spirit weapon. Even the Duan clan probably doesn't have many grade 7 spirit weapons. Where did this Duan Lingtian get it? Their thoughts were the same as Duan Lingxing's. They all thought that Duan Lingtian was relying on a grade 7 spirit weapon to be able to exert the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. Grade 7 spirit weapon. The corners of Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian whose mouths twitched as they revealed bitter smiles. They all felt that Duan Lingtian concealed his strength too deeply. Even Su Li's gaze slightly flickered and was slightly surprised. How could he possibly have a grade 7 spirit weapon? Tong Li's expression was incomparably unsightly, and the hand that held onto the black whip tightened. Cousin! A wisp of distress appeared on Duan Rong's face when he saw this scene. On the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Lingxing's body trembled. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something terrifying, and his gaze descended onto his right hand that held onto Duan Lingtian's violet myrtle flexible sword. His pupils constricted and his heart trembled. He was instantly terrified and wanted to withdraw his hand. What? Regretting extending your hand to grab my sword? How could Duan Lingtian not know what Duan Lingxing was thinking when he saw Duan Lingxing's expression? Duan Lingtian sneered as the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand moved along with Duan Lingxing's movements. Whoosh! The strength of 15 ancient mammoths completely suppressed Duan Lingxing's strength of 14 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingxing's defensive chi barrier was torn apart by Duan Lingtian's sword strike. The gold silk glove shattered in response. Ah! At practically the exact same moment, accompanied by Duan Lingxing's shrill cry, Duan Lingxing's palm was forcefully split into two, and the other half of his palm crashed onto the ground, dyeing the ground red with blood. Duan Lingxing's body trembled, and when he looked at Duan Lingtian once more, his eyes were filled with terror. That sword strike from before was for Li Xian. Li Xian, you ought to remember him, right? The little fatty that used his body to block your palm strike for me 2 years ago and saved my life. Duan Lingtian's icy cold gaze descended onto Duan Lingxing. At that time, if it wasn't for little fatty Li Xian blocking that palm strike for him, he would have already been killed by Duan Lingxing, and it would be impossible for him to stand here. He'd once sworn that he would definitely take revenge for Li Xian. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and as if transforming into a spirit serpent, he approached Duan Lingxing and struck out with his sword once more. How could Duan Lingxing, who didn't have a spirit weapon and was injured, dodge this incomparably swift sword strike of Duan Lingtian's? Instantly, Duan Lingxing let out another shrill cry. One of his legs was forcefully chopped off by Duan Lingtian, and his entire body lost its support and crashed onto the ground. His body violently trembled as he struggled, and his eyes were filled with despair. At this moment, how he wished that everything before his eyes was a dream, but unfortunately, intense pain unceasingly came, causing him to realize that this wasn't a dream, but reality. This sword strike was for Kerr. Do you still remember Kerr? That young girl that was injured by you when you wanted to kill me and brandished her sword at you. Duan Lingtian walked step by step towards Duan Lingxing, and his tone contained a breathtaking coldness mixed within. The scenes of the past appeared vividly before his eyes. That time, he was almost killed by Duan Lingxing. The vice dean of Paladin Academy, the gray-robed old man, looked at the bloody scene before him, yet he didn't have the slightest intention of interfering. A life-and-death battle that was signed with a life-and-death contract would only end when one party died. As a witness, he had to set an example. Moreover, he discerned that Duan Lingxing had actually made a move to kill Duan Lingtian in the past. He came to a sudden understanding. No wonder Duan Lingtian hated Duan Lingxing so much. So it turned out that there was a life-and-death enmity between them. So it turns out that this Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingxing had already formed an irreconcilable enmity in the past. No wonder they fought to the death the moment they met. They're both direct descendant disciples of the Duan clan, but the gap between the two is too great. Duan Lingtian is only around 18 years old, whereas Duan Lingxing seems to be already 23 years old this year. Duan Lingtian defeated a direct descendant disciple of the same clan that's 5 years older than him. His natural talent can be said to be heaven-defying. As expected of the son of Duan Ruffing. Compared to him, this Duan Lingxing is simply worse than trash. At this moment, not a single one of the Paladin Academy students present took pity on Duan Lingxing. Smiles appeared on the faces of Xiaoyu and the others. Duan Lingtian had won. Duan Rong's body trembled violently as he watched the scene before him, and his face went ghastly pale. Duan Lingtian, I'll surely make you die. Tong Li glanced at the violet-clothed youth in the distance with an icy cold gaze, then she turned around and left. On the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Lingxing barely managed to use his origin energy to stop the blood from gushing out from his wounds, and his face was completely devoid of blood and was ghastly pale. As he gazed at Duan Lingtian, who held the blood-stained flexible sword and walked towards him step by step, Duan Lingxing's body trembled, and terror and despair appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian, you can't kill me. I'm your clan brother, we're all direct descendant disciples of the Duan clan. You can't kill me. Duan Lingxing was stunned when he heard what Duan Lingtian said, then he started laughing. Clan brother? A mocking smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. 2 years ago, when you intended to kill me at the Li clan in Fresh Breeze Town, did you ever think that I was your clan brother? Not to mention 2 years ago, just now, when you intended to kill me, did you ever think that I was your clan brother? Now, when you see that your advantage is gone and you're at death's door, you consider yourself my clan brother and want me to let you live. Don't you think it's laughable? The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was still dripping blood onto the ground. Everywhere he passed, blood flowed onto the ground. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian arrived before Duan Lingxing, and the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand was slightly raised. Duan Lingxing seemed to have realized that Duan Lingtian wouldn't fall for his trick, and his expression instantly changed as he roared in a stern voice. Duan Lingtian, if you dare kill me, my parents will absolutely not let you off. You're dead for sure. That cripple. Duan Lingtian laughed and didn't mind. That strength my father controls far exceeds your imagination. If you're sensible, then you won't kill me. Duan Lingxing made his final struggle. However, Duan Lingtian remained unmoved. This sword is for myself. Under Duan Lingxing's despairing gaze, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand whistled down and swept past Duan Lingxing's throat. Hua! Instantly, blood gushed out. Duan Lingxing stared with a pair of despairing eyes as he collapsed weakly onto the ground with a bang. It turned out that the wound that he used his origin energy to stop the bleeding had also started to spurt out fresh blood. Duan Lingxing, dead. Clang! Duan Lingtian put away the violet myrtle flexible sword, and the corners of his mouth held a trace of a smile. This was a smile of relief from a heavy burden. During these 2 years, there wasn't a moment when he wasn't thinking of killing Duan Lingxing to take revenge for the enmity of the past. Now, everything had ended. Ha ha ha. Feeling a wave of satisfaction in his heart, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh loudly, and his laughter spread throughout the deathly silent martial practice grounds. Besides the Vice Dean of Paladin Academy and Xiao Yu's group, the other Paladin Academy students looked at the nearby violet-clothed youth with a trace of fear in their eyes. This youth was too terrifying. He was already like this at the mere age of 18, and when he grew up in the future, who knew how heaven-defying he would be? Come, let's go eat. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed his excited mood, then walked toward Xiao Yu's group with a brilliant smile on his face. The others were speechless. They glanced at Duan Lingxing's corpse on the martial practice grounds, and their hearts trembled. Now, this Duan Lingtian still had the appetite to eat? Chapter 158. Paladin Academy, Cafeteria. Duan Lingtian and the others sat in a circle. Duan Lingtian ate with big mouthfuls of food, as if what happened earlier didn't affect him in the slightest. On the other hand, Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian who were somewhat unable to eat. The bloody scene from before was still vivid in their minds, and it was difficult for them to get rid of it for a long time. Only Su Li was the same as Duan Lingtian and wasn't affected in the slightest. Duan Lingtian, you're really good at hiding your strength. 9th level of the core formation stage, grade 7 spirit weapon. If it wasn't for the life and death battle between you and Duan Lingxing, we probably would have been kept in the dark by you. Tian Hu shook his head and sighed with a bitter smile on his face. In front of Duan Lingtian, the natural talent in the martial Dao that he took pride in his clan was simply inferior to trash. But he knew that he couldn't compare with this freak, or else he would only be looking for a blow to himself. Exactly. All along, even I've been deceived by you. Xiao Yu's eyes focused and his gaze was extremely complicated. He originally thought that Duan Lingtian was only gradually getting further away, and that on the path of the martial Dao, he could still see Duan Lingtian's back. But who knew that Duan Lingtian's true strength had already left him far behind, causing him to be unable to catch up. What I didn't expect the most was your identity. You're actually Duan Rufeng's son, a direct descendant of the Duan clan. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes focused as he was slightly surprised. It's true that I'm Duan Rufeng's son. But I have no connection with the Duan clan. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he spoke indifferently. He was extremely disdainful of the Duan clan and wasn't willing to admit that he was a member of the Duan clan. Xiao Sun was stunned and glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, but didn't say anything further. He'd discerned that Duan Lingtian didn't have a good impression of the Duan clan. While Duan Lingtian was eating and drinking, Duan Rong had already brought Duan Lingxing's body back to the Duan clan's residence. In the spacious courtyard, Duan Lingxing was lying there. The blood on his body had dried up. Xing. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The fat woman, who weighed more than 150 kilograms, threw herself forward. She cried bitterly and her small eyes were red. She was unwilling to believe that all of this was real. Son! Outside the courtyard, a figure moved as fast as lightning as he walked in. His voice was like a clap of thunder. This was a middle-aged man with a dignified look on his face. It was obvious that he had been in a high position for a long time. Now, he came to the side of the corpse in the courtyard. His eyes were also red, and a deep hatred was taking root and sprouting in his heart. No matter who it is, as long as they kill my son, I will grind their bones to dust. Duan Rulei's voice was filled with ruthlessness. Second brother, I heard that Ling Xing, another figure ran into the courtyard. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he was dumbstruck. It was precisely the Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ruhong. Before long, 3 old men slowly walked into the courtyard under the lead of a middle-aged man in a white robe that was inlaid with gold. This middle-aged man had a firm expression and an extraordinary temperament. Every move he made revealed a domineering dignity. His identity was obvious, the Duan clan's current patriarch, Duan Ruhua. Second brother, sister-in-law, my condolences. Duan Ruhua looked at Duan Rulei and his wife and sighed. Second brother, what actually happened? Duan Ruhong's face was grim, and his tone was suppressed. It carried dense rage. I just returned as well. Duan Rulei looked at the fat woman beside him. The fat woman's crimson-red eyes condensed a gaze that descended onto Duan Rong. It was Rong who brought Xing Er back. Rong, who actually killed your cousin? As the fat woman finished speaking, her voice trembled and her eyes revealed a vicious expression. Instantly, the gazes of everyone in the courtyard descended onto Duan Rong. Duan Rong became the center of attention. His body trembled and his eyes were crimson-red as he said in a low voice, "And, it was Duan Lingtian, it was that Duan Lingtian who did it." Duan Lingtian? The fat woman was stunned and was unable to react for a moment. What did you say? The Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ruhong's face went pale as he looked at Duan Rong with a burning gaze. Which Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian, this name wasn't unfamiliar to him. The son of his third brother, Duan Rufeng, was also called Duan Lingtian. 2 years ago, when he brought Duan Lingxing out on a business trip, he passed by Fresh Breeze Town and met him once. It's Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian. Duan Rong gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Duan Lingtian, besides Duan Ruhong, this name was something that the people present were unable to react to in a short period of time. But Duan Rufeng, instead, it caused the people present to instantly sober up. Impossible. Duan Ruhong coldly said, 2 years ago, I saw Ling Tian once. At that time, he was only a body-tempering martial artist. It has only been 2 years, how could he possibly have the strength to kill Ling Xing? Moreover, it's impossible for him to be in the imperial city now. Duan Ruhong obviously didn't believe it. It's true. Duan Rong's gaze towards the people present became suspicious as he hurriedly explained that Duan Lingtian should be around 18 years old now, and he's currently at Paladin Academy. Just a moment ago. Duan Rong's eyes were crimson-red as he slowly finished explaining the sequence of events with an excited expression. Duan Lingtian. 18 years old. 9th level of the core formation stage. Grade 7 spirit weapon. Duan Rong's words caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble. Even Duan Ruhong's pupils couldn't help but constrict. That youth who was only at the body-tempering stage 2 years ago was already in existence at the 9th level of the core formation stage and now, after confirming that the person who killed Duan Lingxing was Duan Lingtian, a trace of helplessness and bitterness arose within his heart. Both the palm and the back of the hand were flesh and blood, so it was that little bastard. The fat woman's voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell, icy cold and piercing to the bone. Life and death contract. Why didn't you persuade Ling Xing at that time? Patriarch Duan Ruhua's eyes focused as he looked at Duan Rong and asked in a low voice. Duan Rong laughed bitterly. I did persuade him at that time, but cousin didn't listen to me at all. Moreover, I didn't know that Duan Lingtian's strength was so strong. It really was Ru Feng's son. Ru Feng's son stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage at the mere age of 18. His natural talent is even greater than Ru Feng's. Patriarch, since Ling Xing was killed after signing a life and death contract, Ling Xing can only be blamed for being arrogant. Besides that, Duan Lingtian is Ru Feng's son, a direct descendant of our Duan clan. He ought to be allowed to return to the clan and acknowledge his ancestors. The 3 old men behind Duan Ruhua, who were also elders of the Duan clan, spoke out one after another. Their eyes contained a trace of excitement mixed within. Since Duan Lingxing had signed a life and death contract, not to mention that he died at the hands of Duan Lingtian, even if he died at the hands of an outsider, the Duan clan had no reason to interfere. Now, their thoughts were completely placed on Duan Lingxing, the Duan Lingtian who killed Duan Lingtian. The natural talent in the martial Dao that Duan Lingtian revealed caused them to feel a wave of excitement. That year, the Duan clan members all believed that Duan Rufeng had a chance to become a true void stage expert and lead the Duan clan to glory and compete with the imperial family. But unfortunately, Duan Rufeng went missing. Yet now, many years later, Duan Rufeng's son had appeared, and his natural talent was even greater than Duan Rufeng's, allowing them to once again see hope. To them, to the Duan clan. Duan Lingtian was their hope. Not to mention that Duan Lingtian had signed a life and death contract with Duan Lingxing. Even if they didn't sign a life and death contract, for the sake of the Duan clan's future, they wouldn't blame Duan Lingtian for killing Duan Lingxing. Duan Lingtian's value was something that 100 Duan Lingxings couldn't compare to. In this world where the strong were respected, this was reality, an ironclad reality. This was the cruelty of a large clan. If you were able to bring benefits to the clan, then you were a treasure, conversely, you were grass. Elders, what do all of you mean by this? Hearing what the three old men said, the fat woman's small eyes flickered as she said sorrowfully, Ling Xing is a direct descendant of the Duan clan. Even if he signed a life and death contract in a moment of carelessness, that little bastard still shouldn't have killed him. Ling Xing is his clan brother. Such a vicious and merciless little bastard should be killed. If he were allowed to enter the Duan clan, who knows what chaos would occur. If the clan isn't willing to interfere in this matter, then I, Yun Ping, will deal with it myself. As the fat woman finished speaking, her voice was filled with bone-piercing coldness. The three old men's faces went grim. A woman dared to refute them? Even the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua's face couldn't help but sink at this moment, and he shouted in a low voice. Sister-in-law, you're too presumptuous. At this moment, Duan Ruhua's thoughts were the same as the three elders. He was the Duan clan's patriarch, and had to make plans for the Duan clan. Slap! Suddenly, a slap sounded out. It was Duan Rulei who gave the fat woman, his wife, Yun Ping, a slap. You hit me? Yun Ping was stunned. Her son was dead, and she'd only spoken words from the bottom of her heart, yet her husband actually hit her? Yes, I hit you, ignorant woman. Duan Rulei raised his hand and gave Yun Ping another slap, and only then did he look respectfully at Duan Ruhua and the three old men. Patriarch, three elders. My son brought this upon himself and can't blame others. Duan Rulei knows what to do and what not to do. Patriarch, three elders, please be at ease. Not bad, it's rare for Rulei to see the big picture. The three Duan clan elders nodded in satisfaction. Only Patriarch Duan Ruhua's eyes squinted as he glanced deeply at Duan Rulei. Second brother, I hope you'll do as you say. Otherwise, I'll be disappointed, and the clan will be disappointed as well. Duan Rulei's body trembled as he repeatedly said, yes, Patriarch. Fourth brother, you'll be responsible for bringing that child, Ling Tian, back to the clan. He's suffered too much outside, and the Duan clan will properly compensate him. Duan Ruhua looked at the nearby Duan Ruhong as he slowly spoke. Yes, Patriarch. Duan Ruhong hurriedly received his orders, and he sighed in his heart, as he knew that Duan Lingxing had died for nothing this time. Duan Rong was completely dumbstruck as he watched the Duan clan's patriarch and elders leave successively. This matter is over just like this. Second brother, second sister-in-law, the matter has already been decided, please restrain your grief. Duan Ruhong consoled Duan Rulei and his wife before leaving with large strides. You really won't take revenge for your son? Chapter 159. Ignorant Woman. Duan Rulei coldly swept the fat woman with his gaze, then glanced at Duan Rong. Rong, you go back first. Remember, don't provoke that Duan Lingtian no matter what. Yes, uncle. Duan Rong had a bitter expression as he answered and left. Duan Rulei, I'm telling you, if you don't take revenge for your son, I'll return to my mother's family today. The fat woman's small eyes were filled with a terrifying coldness as she coldly spoke. Although her mother's family was inferior to the Duan clan. As far as she was concerned, it was more than enough to kill a Duan Lingtian. Humph. Do you think Xing is only your son? The hatred in my heart isn't any less than yours when Xing was killed. You saw the attitude of the patriarch and the three elders earlier. If I was blinded by hatred like you, then I can imagine that in order to protect Duan Lingtian, the clan would surely think of a way to take back my authority. Duan Rulei's voice was cold and revealed a dense coldness. I hit you earlier only to put on a show in front of the patriarch and the three elders, to make them lower their guard against me. Only in this way can I make them feel at ease. In this way, I'll have the chance to secretly think of a way to kill that little bastard. The fat woman's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she revealed a guilty expression. That year, that Duan ruffian crippled my Dantian and made me wish I was dead. Now, his son killed my son. I'll settle the old and new debts together. I'll surely burn that Duan Lingtian's bones and scatter his ashes. Duan Rulei's voice contained extreme coldness that shook one's mind. Starting from noon, Paladin Academy was bustling with activity for the entire afternoon. The life and death duel that happened this afternoon was spread everywhere. The Duan clan's peerless genius of the past, Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian, displayed a strength at the 9th level of the core formation stage at the age of 18 and annihilated Duan Lingxing, a direct descendant of the Duan clan. Duan Lingtian, a new grade 1 student, easily killed a grade 4 student. The entire Paladin Academy was alarmed. The news gradually spread out from Paladin Academy. It probably wouldn't be long before the entire inner city of the Imperial City, and even the entire outer city of the Imperial City, would know of this shocking news. Another peerless genius had appeared in the Duan clan. As for the person involved, Duan Lingtian, he was currently lying lazily on a big tree at the side of the training field. He squinted his eyes and enjoyed the sunlight that shone on his body through the branches and leaves. Not far away, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were discussing the martial Dao and sparring with others. Some of the new students who were members of the Star Mastermind department like Duan Lingtian would occasionally look at Duan Lingtian with traces of fear in their eyes. Although he knew that the young man wasn't simple, he didn't expect him to be so strong. Moreover, his identity was also shocking. Teacher Sima. Suddenly, a middle-aged man wearing a silk headband and holding a feather fan arrived at the corner of the training field where the first years of the Star Mastermind department were. A group of students bowed respectfully. Teacher. Duan Lingtian had just reacted when he discovered that Sima Chongfeng had come over. Whoosh! Sima Chongfeng's feet moved, and a gentle force supported him to descend onto the tree trunk beside Duan Lingtian. The tree trunk only slightly moved before it stopped swaying. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Obviously, the strength of this first-year teacher of the Star Mastermind department was extraordinary. Moreover, Duan Lingtian noticed that Sima Chongfeng's aura was extremely restrained. Even if it was him, relying on the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu and his formidable spiritual force, he was still unable to see through Sima Chongfeng's cultivation. Why did you say you weren't a member of the Duan clan the last time? Sima Chongfeng glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Obviously, he'd heard of what happened at noon today. I only found out about my origins 2 years ago. I only know that since I was sensible, I've been relying on my mother for survival. I don't know anything about the Duan clan, nor have I received any favor from the Duan clan. I've never thought of myself as a member of the Duan clan. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. So, what I said was the truth. Sima Chongfeng shook his head. After all, the blood of the Duan clan flows in your body. So what? Duan Lingtian declined to comment. I can't change my birth, but the path I'll walk in the future is controlled by my own hands. No one can stop my footsteps. Teacher, I wonder what your relationship with the Duan clan is, to actually be their lobbyist. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Sima Chongfeng. His gaze of wisdom was something a youth shouldn't have. You little fellow, you're really a little fox. Sima Chongfeng wasn't angry that Duan Lingtian had seen through him. I don't have any relationship with the Duan clan. However, the Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ruhong, is my good friend, and I was entrusted by him. Duan clan's fourth master? Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and he couldn't help but recall the time when he was at the Fresh Breeze Townsley clan, the middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing. At that time, his mother asked him to address that person as fourth uncle. He's Duan Ruhong. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and looked at Sima Changfeng. Teacher, then please help me tell that Duan Ruhong. Duan Lingtian, was no longer a member of the Duan clan from the moment I left the Duan clan with my mother all those years ago. Sima Changfeng was slightly moved. Duan Lingtian, this matter can be big or small, you have to carefully consider it. Teacher, are you worried that the Duan clan will pursue the matter of Duan Lingxing after I refuse? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. You signed a life and death contract with Duan Lingxing, and the Duan clan has absolutely no reason to interfere. However, your decision is undoubtedly placing yourself in danger. That Duan Lingxing's father, the second master of the Duan clan, Duan Rulei, isn't a simple figure. If you return to the Duan clan, it's equivalent to having an additional layer of protection, and Duan Rulei wouldn't dare act rashly. Sima Changfeng spoke frankly with assurance, hitting the nail on the head. Thank you for your concern, teacher, but I've already made up my mind. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. He could feel Sima Changfeng's concern from the bottom of his heart, and his heart warmed. However, a mere Duan Rulei was unable to force him to return to the Duan clan. It would be fine if Duan Rulei didn't come looking for trouble, but if he did, Duan Lingtian wouldn't mind turning that cripple into a dead man. Thinking up to here, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a strand of a cold light that could devour a person. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't say anything more. Sima Changfeng nodded. He was an intelligent person, and knew that if he were to continue speaking, it would only make Duan Lingtian feel disgusted. Very quickly, as if he'd thought of something, Sima Changfeng changed the topic. There's one more thing. The situation at the northwest border has been unstable recently, and it's very likely that a war between the two countries will break out. At that time, once the war breaks out, our Paladin Academy will also send students over as reinforcements, especially students from our Star Mastermind department. If it really comes to that time, would you be interested in going? Once you perform meritorious military service, you'll be able to obtain a title conferred by the imperial family and soar into the sky. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he nodded. If there's really a chance, I'd like to go experience it. As a special forces soldier who transmigrated from his previous life's Earth, Duan Lingtian's bones were filled with hot blood. What he yearned for the most was the kind of war that used cold weapons to fight in the ancient times of his previous life. A single achievement could lead to the destruction of 10,000 years. That was the battlefield that belonged to iron-blooded men. The wind blows, the clouds fly, and the brave warriors leave, never to return. What lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations. It's good that you're interested. Sima Changfeng nodded with a smile, then flew down from the large tree, fanned his feather fan, and left in a carefree manner. After Sima Changfeng left, Duan Lingtian sat up. He closed his eyes and started cultivating. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Raging Python Form. The origin energy of the 5th level of the core formation stage within his body ceaselessly gushed out and converged at every part of his body, tempering his fleshly body and strengthening his vital energy and blood. An afternoon passed, and his progress was negligible. If this continues, when Kerr and Little Face step into the origin core stage, I might still be stuck at the core formation stage. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Sometimes, the slow advancement of the raging python form caused him to have a headache. Although his current strength was considered to be outstanding amongst his peers. But the potential threat he faced now didn't come from his peers. Although he had the inscription to rely on, it wasn't his own strength after all. Occasionally using it was fine, but if he really used it frequently, he wouldn't be able to afford it even if he sold his entire fortune. Although I can refine the dragon blood pill in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and the other materials are ordinary, but where am I supposed to find the main material, dragon blood? Duan Lingtian was extremely vexed. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, if he had the assistance of the dragon blood pill when cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Raging Python form, then he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Once he consumed the dragon blood pill, the medicinal strength of the dragon blood pill would be able to instantly help him complete the tempering of his fleshly body at every level. In other words, if he had the dragon blood pill, Duan Ling Tian would be able to be like an ordinary core formation martial artist and directly charge his cultivation level without having to care about tempering his fleshly body. The medicinal strength of the dragon blood pill would help him complete the tempering of his fleshly body in an instant. In this way, his cultivation speed would be able to obtain an extremely great increase. After all, he would be able to skip the step of tempering his fleshly body. At that time, with his natural talent and cultivation level, it wouldn't be difficult for him to catch up to Li Fei and Kerr. Dragon blood pill. Dragon blood. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, even the weakest flood dragon is a void-prying stage demon beast. Even if I really encountered one, how would I obtain its blood? Duan Ling Tian felt a slight headache. Right at this moment. Hiss, under Duan Ling Tian's sleeve, the little black snake stuck out its small head and stared at Duan Ling Tian, flicking its forked tongue as its small eyes moved about. Why did you come out? You're not a dragon. Duan Ling Tian glared angrily at the little black snake. Chapter 160. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, dragons were evolved from flood dragons. The flood dragon, on the other hand, evolved from the python. Once a python grew a bump on its head, it meant that it had already started to evolve into a flood dragon. When the bump bloomed and a dragon horn appeared, it would take the form of a flood dragon. Although a flood dragon was still far from a real dragon, it already had the blood of half a dragon flowing in its body. Half a dragon's blood was still dragon's blood. It met the requirements to refine the dragon blood pill. This little fellow used to have a bump on its head, and it bloomed later on to form this sharp golden horn. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, this little fellow is no longer a pure python, but a flood dragon. Duan Ling Tian stared at the little black snake with a burning gaze, wishing that he could bleed it right now. Hiss, the little black snake seemed to have realized danger from Duan Ling Tian's gaze, and it flicked its tongue a few times before transforming into a bolt of lightning and scuttling back into Duan Ling Tian's long sleeve. Little black, don't even think about running. I've decided, I'll bleed you tonight. If your blood can really refine the dragon blood pill, I'll definitely make something delicious for you. Duan Ling Tian stretched out his hand and grabbed the little black snake, and the corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. Hiss, the little black snake struggled unceasingly. In the evening, Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun walked out of Paladin Academy together. After parting ways, he directly returned home. After instructing Xiong Quan to buy the other medicinal ingredients needed for the dragon blood pill, Duan Ling Tian grabbed the little black snake that wanted to escape. Scoundrel, what did you do to Little Black? Why is it so afraid of you? Li Fei was stunned when she saw this scene. Kerr also looked at Duan Ling Tian. She noticed that the little white snake that was holding her hand seemed to have noticed something, and its body started to slightly tremble. I'll tell you later. Duan Ling Tian smiled mysteriously and dragged the little black snake back to his room. Duan Ling Tian grabbed the little black snake with one hand and pulled out the crepe myrtle flexible sword from his waist with the other. It was as if they were sharpening their swords against pigs and sheep. Hiss, fear appeared in the little black snake's eyes. Little black, listen to me. I just want some of your blood. Duan Ling Tian comforted him softly. Under Duan Ling Tian's comforting, the restless little black snake finally calmed down. At this time, the crepe myrtle's soft sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand turned into a sword light and swept towards the little python's body. Clang! Who would have thought that it wouldn't leave a single mark on the little black snake's body? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He didn't expect the little black snake's defense to be so terrifying. Duan Ling Tian gradually increased his strength. In the end, he noticed to his astonishment that even if he utilized the strength of 15 ancient mammoths, he was actually unable to tear open Little Black's defense. He gave up. You're really a little freak. Your defense is so strong, How am I supposed to bleed you? Duan Lingtian had a bitter smile and helplessness on his face. Just when he was thinking if he should ask Duan Lingtian for help, Little Black's eyes swiveled to meet Duan Lingtian's gaze, then it lightly nodded and bit onto its own tail. Instantly, drop after drop of golden blood dripped down. Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate and hurriedly passed over the small bottle he'd prepared earlier, collecting all the golden blood within. After collecting around 10 drops of golden blood, Duan Lingtian noticed that Little Black's eyes that were brimming with vigor had slightly dimmed down. Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly stretched out his hand to press on Little Black's wound, then sent an 8th-grade gold injury pill into Little Black's mouth. After a short moment, Little Black's wound healed, as if it had never been injured. However, Little Black's spirit seemed to be extremely exhausted, and it fell asleep immediately. Did I put in too much? Shaking the golden blood in the small bottle, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile, and he felt somewhat guilty in his heart. I hope it's useful. Otherwise, Little Black would have suffered for nothing this time. Duan Lingtian sighed, took out the medicinal cauldron, and started refining the dragon blood pill. The dragon blood pill wasn't difficult to refine. The first step was to completely refine all the other ordinary medicinal ingredients. This step only required an hour. An hour later, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed some anticipation. He took out a drop of golden blood from the small bottle and dripped it into the medicinal cauldron. Duan Lingtian watched without blinking. Bang! Suddenly, the medicinal cauldron emitted a loud sound and started to tremble. Duan Lingtian's expression changed, and he stretched out his hand, fiercely pressing down on the medicinal cauldron. The medicinal cauldron trembled non-stop, and only stopped after a full 10 minutes. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was slightly perturbed. Now, he didn't know if the dragon blood pill was successful. Whoosh! A light howl of the wind entered his ears. Duan Lingtian's eyes and hands were swift, and he directly caught a medicinal pill that flew out from the medicinal cauldron. He opened his hand to take a look. This was a medicinal pill that flickered with a golden sheen, and it looked extraordinary. This is the dragon blood pill. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then opened his mouth and swallowed the dragon blood pill. In almost an instant, Duan Lingtian noticed. When the dragon blood pill entered his body, it actually divided into 2 strands of medicinal strength. One strand of medicinal strength concealed itself within his dantian, whereas the other strand of medicinal strength guided the origin energy within his dantian to whistle out and fuse into every part of his body. When the medicinal strength vanished, he could clearly feel that the tempering of his fleshly body at the 5th level of the core formation stage had been completed. He lightly clenched his fist. Whoosh! Above Duan Lingtian, 14 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Compared to before, there was an extra ancient mammoth strength. It's done. In the future, I can finally cultivate like a normal core formation martial artist. Why is the other strand of medicinal strength that the dragon blood pill divided into still within my dantian? Duan Lingtian looked into his dantian and noticed that the strand of medicinal strength was like gangrene that had attached itself to the bone, and it stopped within his dantian and didn't leave. In the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there was no mention of such a situation occurring. Could it be that there's something wrong with the little black snake's golden blood? Forget it, there's no movement anyway, so I'll just ignore it. Duan Lingtian frowned, then relaxed his brows and paid no further attention to it. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes once again and continued cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, charging towards the 6th level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian didn't know that at this moment, the news of him killing Duan Lingxing and his origins had already spread throughout the entire imperial city. No matter if it was the restaurants in the outer city or the inner city, they were all filled with discussions about him. Tian. Li Ro's voice sounded from outside the door, causing Duan Lingtian to be startled awake from his cultivation. Mom, is something the matter? Duan Lingtian opened the door as he spoke. He saw his mother, Li Ro, who was standing at the door, had a trace of anger faintly mixed within her peerlessly beautiful face. Mom, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian's heart jerked. Is the news that's spreading outside true? You killed your second uncle's son? Li Ro's tone was slightly gloomy, as she intentionally suppressed her anger. If it wasn't for her hearing the discussion of the two servant girls in the house, she, who had closed her door and never left the house, would simply not know of the matter that was spreading like wildfire outside. The son of the Duan clan's Duan Rufeng, Duan Lingtian, killed his clan brother Duan Lingxing. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't intend to conceal it. Why? Li Ro's voice was filled with anger. That's your second uncle's son, your clan brother. Mom, come in and have a seat first. Duan Lingtian welcomed his mother into the room, and after letting her sit down, he slowly said, Mom, no matter how angry you are about this matter, I don't regret it. Could it be that you've forgotten that Li Xian was almost killed by him? At that time, Li Xian blocked that palm strike for me. If it wasn't for Li Xian, I would have been killed by Duan Lingxing. And this time, if it wasn't for him wanting to kill me, he wouldn't have signed a life and death contract. He felt that he would win without a doubt, so he agreed to my life and death challenge. He wanted to kill me, could it be that I can't kill him? Duan Lingtian's tone was resolute. After hearing what Duan Lingtian said, Li Ro's expression started to ease up, and she sighed. Even if he did something wrong, what harm is there in letting him live for your father's sake? That year, your father crippled his father's dantian after all, causing his father to be unable to condense origin energy for his entire lifetime. Mom, you're extremely clear about what happened that year. If it wasn't for that Duan Ru being overbearing, how could Dad have accidentally crippled his dantian? Moreover, that Duan Ru isn't a good person. For the sake of his nephew, he even sent 2 9th-level Origin Core martial artists to kill me yesterday. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with a cold intent. What? Li Ro's face went ghastly pale. That Duan Ru sent people to kill you? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and spoke of the conflict between him and Duan Rong, as well as what happened after that. Mom, I know you've always felt guilty for Dad, but that Duan Ru didn't think so. Their entire family wished for nothing more than to tear me into pieces, and I only struck first to gain the initiative. Never mind, never mind. Li Ro shook her head and sighed. Mom wrongly blamed you for today's matter. However, you must be careful in the future. Also, that second aunt of yours isn't easy to deal with. Li Ro still remembered that after her husband went missing that year, those people that targeted her were practically all instigated by Duan Rulei's wife, Yun Ping. Later on, it was precisely because she was worried that Yun Ping would harm Duan Lingtian that she left the Duan clan. Mom, don't worry. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. When have you ever seen me do something that I'm not confident in? Li Ro extended her hand to stroke Duan Lingtian's face, and her clear eyes contained a complicated expression. Since that time when you were heavily injured by Li Xian, Mom noticed that you've changed a lot. Sometimes, Mom even feels that you've become unfamiliar. However, no matter what you've become, you're still Mom's son in the end. Your filial piety towards Mom hasn't changed at all. Mom is very gratified. When Li Ro spoke halfway, Duan Lingtian's heart jerked, and he only heaved a sigh of relief when Li Ro finished speaking. Mom, no matter when, I'll always be your son, a son that you can be proud of. Duan Lingtian spoke with a serious expression. Mom believes you. Chapter 161. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian went to Paladin Academy as usual. Everything seemed to be very calm. But Duan Lingtian knew that all of this was only the calm before the storm. Right now, who knew how many undercurrents were surging in the dark against him? At noon, Duan Lingtian ate with Xiao Yu and the others in the cafeteria as usual. Suddenly, in the distance, a senior student walked over in large strides and passed an invitation to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the third prince, will hold a banquet in the estate in 10 days, inviting the young talents of the imperial city. This is the invitation he asked me to pass to you. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Duan Lingtian's reply before putting down the invitation and turning around to leave. Third Prince? Duan Lingtian opened the invitation, and on it were some polite words. The signature was Chu Yang. Duan Lingtian had heard that the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family had the surname Chu. Duan Lingtian, the third prince, is famous for his thirst for talent. The young talents that are invited by him are all dragons amongst men. I'm afraid he's taken a fancy to you this time. Xiao Sun laughed heartily. What kind of person is this third prince? Duan Lingtian put away the invitation and was slightly curious. The invitation was personally written by the third prince, Chu Yang, and his words were extremely casual. There wasn't the slightest trace of a condescending tone, and it was more like he was treating Duan Lingtian with an equal attitude. This was extremely rare in Duan Lingtian's opinion. The third prince is famous in the imperial city for being easy to talk to, and he's also one of the few crown princes with the most support, Xiao Sun slowly said. In recent years, the emperor has aged and is bedridden all year round. It's the time for the throne to change. Including the third prince, the few crown princes are even secretly competing against each other. Duan Lingtian, you have to carefully consider the banquet set up by the third prince in 10 days. Once you go, it means you'll become a thorn in the side of the other princes. Among them is the fifth prince. The fifth prince is also a popular candidate for the next successor to the throne. If you lean towards the third prince's side, even if he knows that you're a direct descendant of the Duan clan, I'm afraid he'll shed all pretense of cordiality with you. After all, your natural talent is too shocking. It's very likely that he'll take you as a potential threat and strangle you in the cradle. Xiao Sun finished speaking in one breath. According to him, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would find an excuse to not attend the banquet. Sometimes, there were some things that could not be touched. Once touched, it would lead to disaster. Even the three great clans of the imperial city would generally not allow their direct descendants to be involved in the dispute for the throne. Fifth prince? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a smile, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. I'm just going to attend a banquet, and he wants to strangle me in the cradle. Duan Lingtian, are you really going to attend the banquet? You have to think carefully. Xiao Sun originally thought that Duan Lingtian would accept his suggestion and not attend the banquet, but now it seemed that Duan Lingtian really intended to attend the banquet. Why wouldn't I go? It's only a meal. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. A meal? The corners of Xiao Sun's mouth twitched, and he gave Xiao Yu a signal with his eyes. But unfortunately, even if Xiao Yu spoke out to persuade him, Duan Lingtian only laughed it off and didn't take this matter seriously. In the afternoon, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds, consumed an origin-increasing pill, and silently cultivated. Now, as long as he had free time, he practically used it all on cultivating. What he wanted to do now was to allow his cultivation to break through to the origin core stage as soon as possible. Once he broke through to the origin core stage, he would be able to become a grade 8 alchemist and refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill, which would allow Xiong Quan's cultivation to recover to the void prying stage. At that time, many of the problems he faced would be easily solved. Unknowingly, dusk arrived. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and leaped down from the large tree, then walked out of Paladin Academy with Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. It's the Divine Might Marquis Estate's carriage. Xiao Sun's eyes were sharp as he recognized the carriage that was parked outside Paladin Academy's entrance. Now, besides the carriage driver, there were two other people that each rode a Fergana horse and stood there. A middle-aged soldier that wore light armor, and beside him was a young man that wore casual clothes. The young man was around 20 years old and had the Paladin Academy's student token on his waist. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian walk out of Paladin Academy, he said to the middle-aged soldier, "Father, that violet-clothed youth is Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian had just walked out when he noticed the two people beside the Divine Might Marquis Estate's carriage galloping forward on their horses and walking towards him. After a short moment, the two people dismounted their horses. The middle-aged soldier nodded to Duan Lingtian and asked politely, may I ask if you're young Master Ling Tian? You are. Duan Ling Tian had a bewildered expression, as he didn't know this person. I'm Pang Wu, the Deputy General under Grand General Nia, and this is my son, Pang Rui. I came here today on the orders of the Grand General to invite young Master Ling Tian to the Divine Might Marquis estate for a gathering. Pang Wu spoke respectfully, and he didn't look down on Duan Ling Tian in the slightest because Duan Ling Tian was only a youth. The Grand General you speak of is the current Divine Might Marquis, Nia Yuan? Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows raised as he asked curiously. Exactly. Pang Wu hurriedly nodded. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked. Could it be that the Divine Might Marquis, Nia Yuan, knows of my true identity? That's not right. Logically speaking, his disguise technique should be flawless. Then why is it here? Duan Ling Tian carried a trace of bewilderment as he bid farewell to Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu, then boarded the Divine Might Marquis estate's carriage. Deputy General Pang, do you know why the Divine Might Marquis is looking for me? Duan Ling Tian pulled open the carriage's curtains and asked Pang Wu who was outside. But unfortunately, Pang Wu didn't know either, as he was only under orders to receive Duan Ling Tian. Once again arriving at the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Ling Tian had a different feeling. This time, he came to the Divine Might Marquis estate with his true appearance. Within the Divine Might Marquis estate's audience hall, Duan Ling Tian once again saw the Divine Might Marquis, Nia Yuan. You're the son of my brother Ru Feng, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian noticed that when Nia Yuan saw him, he was extremely excited. As he thought of what Nia Yuan said, his heart shook. Could it be that the relationship between this Divine Might Marquis, Nia Yuan, and his deadbeat father wasn't ordinary? Greetings, Marquis. Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded to Nia Yuan, which could be considered as a greeting. Nia Yuan didn't mind Duan Ling Tian's lack of manners in the slightest. He arrived before Duan Ling Tian in a few steps, then extended his hand to grab onto Duan Ling Tian's shoulders and patted him, then laughed heartily. Ru Feng has a good son, Ru Feng has a good son. Nia Yuan's laughter was filled with gratification and wasn't fake in the slightest. Duan Ling Tian's heart felt warm. Looks like the relationship between his deadbeat father and this Divine Might Marquis isn't shallow. Marquis, you're friends with my father? Duan Ling Tian had a bewildered expression as he asked. Come, sit down first. I'll tell you slowly. After Nia Yuan invited Duan Ling Tian to sit down at the side, he had a face full of smiles as he told Duan Ling Tian about the past between him and Duan Ruffing. As he spoke, Nia Yuan's eyebrows fluttered, and he seemed to have become younger by a few years. Gradually, Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. It turned out that his deadbeat father was good friends with Nia Yuan. That year, the two of them were students that entered Paladin Academy in the same batch. From the beginning, they got to know each other through a fight, but in the end, they became good friends and good brothers. That year, if it wasn't for me going on an expedition, I wouldn't have let you and your mother go far away. Speaking of this matter, it's all my fault. I've let brother Ru Feng down. Nia Yuan said guiltily. Marquis, all of this has nothing to do with you. You don't have to blame yourself. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he shook his head. He was able to sense that Nia Yuan was really concerned about him. Little Tian, you don't have to be courteous before me. That year, when your father was still here, I addressed him as my brother. In the future, you can call me Uncle Nia. Nia Yuan said. In his eyes, there was a doting expression. Uncle Nia. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile, and he admired Nia Yuan from the bottom of his heart. His deadbeat father had been missing for so many years, yet Nia Yuan was still able to love him to this extent. It was truly rare. Father, I heard Ling Tian has come. Right at this moment, a young man slowly walked in from outside the audience hall, and his voice contained slight pleasant surprise mixed within. It was precisely Nia Yuan's son, Nia Fen. Little Tian, this is my son, Nia Fen. Now that I speak of it, he even carried you when you were still in swaddling clothes all those years ago. Nia Yuan introduced. as expected of the child of Uncle Ru Feng and Aunt Ro. His appearance is handsome and extraordinary, and he's even slightly similar to Uncle Ru Feng all those years ago. Nya Fen couldn't help but praise as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Big brother Nya, you're too kind. Even if Duan Lingtian's skin was thick, he still couldn't help but feel slightly hot. Nya Fen smiled. Little Tian, you don't know, but when he heard the news about you yesterday, my father still didn't dare believe it. Until it was confirmed, then he immediately asked Uncle Pang to go get you. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration towards Duan Lingtian's actions at Paladin Academy yesterday. A youth that was only 18 years old actually had a cultivation that had stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage. As for the matter of Duan Lingtian killing Duan Lingxing, he didn't think much of it. In his eyes, Duan Lingxing was nothing. If Ru Feng knew that he had a son like you, he would surely be gratified. Nya Yuan, this dignified Grand General, vividly displayed the amiability of a senior before Duan Lingtian. I heard the voices of you father and son from far away. This is Ru Feng's son. Suddenly, an aged figure walked in from outside the audience hall. Duan Lingtian glanced over, and the person that entered was precisely the senior marquis. When the senior marquis saw Duan Lingtian for the first time, he was stunned. A bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He knew that the old man had already recognized him. Accurately speaking, the old man had recognized him as the Ling Tian that refined the antidote that day. Although the origin energy in the old man's body was suppressed by the dark nether minx poison, the spiritual force of a void prying stage expert still remained. Relying on his acute perception, he was naturally able to detect that Duan Lingtian's aura was similar to Ling Tian's from that day. Father, what's this? Chapter 162. Nya Fen looked at his grandfather as well, as he noticed that the atmosphere wasn't right. Are you going to say it yourself, or should I? The old man glanced at Duan Lingtian with a deep meaning, and the corners of his mouth held a smile, as if everything was within his control. Nya Yuan and Nya Fen were even more curious, as they didn't know what riddle the old man and Duan Lingtian were talking about. Senior Marquis, it's better if you say it. Duan Lingtian was slightly embarrassed, as he was rather helpless when facing an old fox like this. If it wasn't for my perception that far surpassed an ordinary person, I'm afraid I wouldn't have noticed. Needless to say, your disguise technique is indeed brilliant, Brother Lingtian. The old man's eyes narrowed as he lightly smiled, as if he'd said something unimportant. Brother Lingtian. Disguise? Nya Yuan and Nya Fen weren't stupid, and they instantly reacted. There seemed to be only one youth that could make the old man call him brother, and it was precisely that mysterious youth, Ling Tian, that came to the Divine Might Marquis estate over 2 months ago and refined the antidote medicinal pill for the old man. Little Tian. The brother Ling Tian from that day was actually you? Nya Yuan noticed as well that the build and voice of this nephew of his was exactly the same as the violet-clothed youth with an ordinary appearance from that day. In an instant, his face was filled with shock. It's really Brother Ling Tian. Nya Fen was stunned as well, and he slightly didn't dare believe it. Uncle Nya, Big Brother Nya, it's me. That day, I didn't know that Uncle Nya and my father had that layer of relationship, so I hope you can forgive me for offending you. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile apologetically when he recalled the incident from that day. It was really, as the saying goes, a family that doesn't recognize a family. Brother Ling Tian, what are you saying? If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid this old life of mine wouldn't be able to live for long. The old man shook his head and sighed, and his gaze was complicated. Never had he imagined that the youth that refined the antidote medicinal pill for him would actually be the son of his son's good friend, Duan Ruffing. Senior Marquis, please don't call me brother. I don't dare to accept it. Duan Lingtian had a bitter smile on his face. It was fine that he didn't acknowledge Nya Yuan back then, but now that he knew of the relationship between the Divine Might Marquis, Nya Yuan, and his cheapskate father, he didn't dare be presumptuous anymore. If his mother found out about this, she would definitely not let him off. Yes, father. Little Tian is right. Nye Yuan also came back to his senses. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and laughed heartily. The shock that this nephew of his had brought to him came wave after wave, one after another. An 18-year-old 9th-level core formation martial artist. An 18-year-old 9th-grade alchemist. Any one of these halos was sufficient to shake the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom and make everyone admire them, and now, these two halos had appeared on the youth in front of him at the same time. Ru Feng, if you were still alive, I'm afraid you would wake up laughing in your sleep, right? Nye Yuan sighed inwardly. Then I'll call you Little Tian from now on, and you can call me Grandpa Nye. How does that sound? The old man smiled at Duan Ling Tian. Grandpa Nye. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at the old man. Nye Fen stood at the side and looked at Duan Ling Tian. Up until now, he still hadn't recovered from his shock. The shock that Duan Ling Tian gave him was too great. Under the invitation of the Divine Might Marquis Estate's grandfather and grandson, Duan Ling Tian stayed at the Divine Might Marquis Estate for a meal. Little Tian, is your mother in the Imperial City as well? Nye Yuan asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Have you returned to the Duan clan? Nye Yuan seemed to have thought of something and asked. No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Then Nye Yuan was dazed. I bought a courtyard house in the inner city, and my family lives there. Duan Ling Tian smiled. You killed that Duan Lingxing this time and revealed a strength at the 9th level of the core formation stage. With your current natural talent, the Duan clan ought to have sent someone to invite you back, right? Nye Yuan's eyes flickered. He was extremely clear about the matters of those great clans. The natural talent that Duan Ling Tian revealed now was sufficient for the Duan clan to put down their pride and rope him in. Uncle Nye has godlike foresight. The Duan clan did indeed send someone to persuade me. But I refused. Duan Ling Tian spoke extremely casually, and when he spoke of refusing to return to the Duan clan, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. It's good that you refused. The Duan clan actually forced you and your mother to leave that year. Now, let them regret it. Nye Yuan didn't have any good impression of the Duan clan. My Divine Might Marquis estate isn't small. Why don't you and your mother move in? There aren't many people in the Imperial City who dare be presumptuous here. As he finished speaking, Nye Yuan had a face full of confidence. Uncle Nye, we're already used to our own courtyard house, so we won't trouble you. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile as he declined Nye Yuan's good intentions. Little Tian, you killed Duan Lingxing. That Duan Rulei probably won't let the matter go. Is it safe for you and your mother to live in that courtyard house? Do you need me to send someone to protect you? Nye Yuan was slightly worried. Don't worry, Uncle Nye, they don't have the ability to find that place. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had eaten his fill and stood up. Uncle Nye, thank you for the dinner. I ought to return now, otherwise, my mother will be worried. I'll send you off. Nye Yuan stood up as well, and together with Nye Fen, they sent Duan Ling Tian out of the Divine Might Marquis estate. Meanwhile, the pupils of the few guards at the entrance of the Divine Might Marquis estate couldn't help but constrict. Who the heck is this youth? He's actually able to make the Marquis father and son personally send him off. Uncle Nye, big brother Nye, I'll be leaving first. Duan Ling Tian bid his farewells to Nye Yuan and Nye Fen, then his figure flashed, as if transforming into a spirit serpent as he scuttled to the end of the street and vanished. Father, I truly never imagined that Uncle Ru Feng's son would be even more heaven-defying than him all those years ago. Only when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before his eyes did Nye Fen react and sigh with emotion. An 18-year-old 9th-level core formation martial artist, a grade 9 alchemist. Moreover, the tenacity of his disposition is even greater than brother Ru Feng all those years ago. Most importantly, after he found out about the relationship between me and his father, he even intentionally avoided arousing suspicion and wasn't willing to let me help him, as if he was afraid he would owe me a favor. Nye Yuan laughed bitterly. It's really been hard on this child these past few years. A favor? Nya Fan's expression froze. He helped grandfather cure the poison, so it seems that we owe him even more. Duan Lingtian circled around the inner city a few times and only returned home after he noticed that no one was following him. He still sighed with emotion when he recalled what happened today. The Divine Might Marquis estate. In the past, he still had the intention of using it. But now, after he found out about the relationship between the Divine Might Marquis, Nye Yuan, and his deadbeat father, he instead dispelled the thought of using the Divine Might Marquis estate. Although, if he had the Divine Might Marquis estate to rely on, then most of the problems he faced now would be easily solved. However, he wasn't willing to do so. His gaze wasn't limited to this tiny Crimson Sky Kingdom. In the future, he would walk out of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to an even vaster world. At that time, it would be impossible for him to have an existence similar to the Divine Might Marquis estate to rely on. So now, he'd taken the problems he faced as his touchstone. Everything would be solved by himself. And not by relying on others. Only when he was strong himself would he be truly strong. Of course, Duan Lingtian wasn't a stubborn person. If he really needed to use his trump card, the Divine Might Marquis estate, he would use it appropriately. Duan Lingtian had just returned home. The three beauties in his home came up to greet him with faces full of worry. His mother, Li Ro, was the first to ask. Tian, why did you return so late today? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Mom, I was invited to dinner by Uncle Nye. Uncle Nye? Li Ro wasn't able to react for a moment. The Divine Might Marquis estate's Divine Might Marquis, Nye Yuan. Duan Lingtian said. Big brother Nye Yuan. Li Ro was shocked, then a light smile appeared on her face. So many years have passed, and he has already inherited the title of Divine Might Marquis. It's rare that he still has the heart to invite you over as soon as he heard of you. Li Ro knew as well that this son of hers was now famous throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. It could be said that there was no one who didn't know of him. The following 10 days were calm and tranquil. Besides the Duan clan sending people to wait at the entrance of Paladin Academy to persuade Duan Lingtian and make numerous promises that were successively rejected by Duan Lingtian. During these 10 days, Duan Lingtian didn't encounter anything special. The Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, and the imperial family's fifth prince seemed to have completely vanished without a trace overnight. At dusk, after Duan Lingtian separated from Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, he didn't return home but instead headed towards the third prince's estate. The invitation the third prince ordered someone to give him was withdrawn from his spatial ring and stuffed into his pocket. They passed by a secluded alley. Suddenly, hiss 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 hiss, two small heads popped out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve. A little black snake and a little white snake were currently flicking their tongues as they moved their eyes to stare at Duan Lingtian, and the gold and silver horns on their heads flickered with a faint sheen. You two little fellows, behave yourselves. Duan Lingtian put away the two little pythons into his sleeve before continuing forward. For safety's sake, he intentionally brought the little white snake along with him when he left today. It was equivalent to having two fourth-level nascent soul stage bodyguards. Moreover, with the little white snake and little black snake's speed and body size that were almost negligible, even a fifth-level origin core stage martial artist might die at their hands if he was slightly careless. Although the third prince's estate was spacious, it looked simple and unadorned from the outside. The third prince's estate was not far away. Go! A shout sounded out from afar, followed by a wave of deafening sounds of horse hooves. Duan Lingtian glanced over. He saw a blue-clothed young man spurring a Fergana horse over, and his target was the third prince's estate as well. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Chapter 163. Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold as he faced the charging Fergana horse. He clenched his right fist tightly and his muscles bulged. If the other party really drove his horse over, he wouldn't mind sending the other party and his horse flying, the Fergana horse was only a few meters away from Duan Lingtian. Nay, the young man on the Fergana horse instantly tightened his grip on the reins, and the Fergana horse stopped 1 meter away from Duan Lingtian. The young man arrogantly glanced at Duan Lingtian and said in a condescending tone, "Kid, you've got guts. You're lucky. If this wasn't the entrance of the third prince's mansion, you would have already been sent flying by my crimson blood. You'd be dead for sure." Crimson blood was what the young man called his Fergana horse. The meaning behind the young man's words was that he had some misgivings at the entrance of the third prince's mansion. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would have already been knocked to death by him. Duan Lingtian calmly looked at the young man, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. "Your luck isn't bad either." As the young man revealed a puzzled expression, Duan Lingtian turned around and walked towards the entrance of the third prince's mansion. Just as he said, the young man's luck was indeed not bad. If the young man hadn't stopped just now, he would have already been sent flying along with his horse. Duan Lingtian still had this bit of confidence. Lowly commoner. The young man coldly snorted and overtook Duan Lingtian, arriving at the entrance of the third prince's mansion before him. The young man dismounted and handed the reins to a servant of the third prince's mansion. He then handed over an invitation to a middle-aged man who looked like a manager. Under the orders of the middle-aged manager, another servant and the young man walked into the mansion and led the way for the young man. "Guest, please show your invitation." At this time, Duan Lingtian had also arrived at the entrance of the third prince's mansion. The middle-aged manager had a smile on his face, and he didn't dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian. The young man that had already entered the estate turned around, and when he saw it was that violet-clothed youth again, he couldn't help but sneer. "Kid, not just anyone has the qualifications to enter the third prince's estate. If you don't have an invitation, then hurry up and go home to drink milk." Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. This person had provoked him time and time again. Did he really think that he was easy to bully? Looking at the back of the young man swaggering away before his eyes, Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. He reached into his bosom and took out the invitation. "Duan Lingtian? So you are young Master Lingtian." After reading the invitation, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. His face was filled with humility and reverence. The third prince had instructed that if this young man came, he must receive him with the highest level of respect. He did not dare to be negligent. "Young Master Lingtian, this way please." The middle-aged manager took a deep breath and personally led the way for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian indifferently nodded, then followed behind the middle-aged manager and walked into the third prince's estate. "He's Duan Lingtian." Only that Duan Lingtian, who recently rose to fame in the imperial city, is able to make the manager personally lead the way. The young man that entered before seems to be the #1 disciple of the Su clan's branch family, Su Lan, right? He seemed to be mocking Duan Lingtian earlier. Although that Su Lan's strength isn't low, in terms of natural talent, he can't compare to Duan Lingtian. A few servants whispered to each other. Along the way, Duan Lingtian noticed that this third prince should be a person who knew how to live. Such a large estate was filled with exotic flowers and rare herbs. There were even some rare medicinal herbs. Under the middle-aged manager's lead, Duan Lingtian quickly arrived at a spacious artificial lake in the inner courtyard. Currently, the sky was gradually darkening, but a building that stood in the center of the artificial lake was brightly lit. Occasionally, laughter could be heard, and it was extremely lively. The Su clan's young master Su Lan has arrived. Before long, a sonorous voice sounded from the front. "Su Lan." Duan Lingtian's eyebrows raised. The young man that provoked him earlier was actually a member of the Su clan. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, Shao Sun seemed to have said that the 3 great clans of the imperial city had always prohibited direct descendant disciples from participating in the struggle for imperial power. In this case, this Su Lan shouldn't be a direct descendant of the Su clan. Greetings to the third prince and Princess Bai Yao. Under the middle-aged manager's lead, Duan Lingtian had just walked onto the wooden bridge that led to the building in the center of the lake when he heard Su Lan's humble and respectful voice. Princess Bai Yao. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Presently, he had already been in the imperial city for a few months, and knew many things about the imperial city in detail. Princess Bai Yao was the current emperor's most beloved daughter. She was also publicly acknowledged as the #1 beauty in the imperial city. The #1 beauty in the imperial city. I wonder how she compares to my family's Ke and little Fei. Curiosity arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. No matter if it was Ke or Li Fei, they were both top-notch beauties he'd seen since arriving in this world. Among the women he'd seen, only the Shao clan's Xiaolan, Xiao Yu's little sister that was as beautiful as a celestial maiden, could compare to them. Besides her, he'd never seen another woman that could be mentioned in the same breath as these two women. Your Highness, young Master Ling Tian has arrived. The middle-aged manager's footsteps were steady as he brought Duan Lingtian to the building in the center of the lake and spoke respectfully. Instantly, the gaze of the young man that sat at the head of the building in the center of the lake abruptly lit up. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian walked into the building in the center of the lake as well. With a single glance, an amiable-looking young man in a golden robe sat at the head of the table. The young man was around 26 or 27 years old and had a dignified expression between his brows. He'd inherited the dignity of a member of the imperial family. Third Prince. Duan Lingtian guessed the identity of this person and lightly nodded with a smile, which could be considered as a greeting. Audacious. Right at this moment, the old man that stood behind the golden-robed young man frowned and shouted in a stern voice. The terrifying voice was condensed from origin energy, and it directly pierced into Duan Lingtian's eardrums. Duan Lingtian's formidable spiritual force instantly dispelled this voice. His expression didn't change as he calmly swept the old man with his gaze before looking at the young girl that sat on the right side of the third prince. The young girl's age was similar to his, around the age of 18. She had bright eyes, white teeth, and an extraordinary bearing. Beautiful hair that draped over her shoulders fell behind her like a waterfall. Her pretty cheeks caused one to be unable to refrain from feeling pity with a single glance. Her small mouth that was like a cherry even caused one to have the desire to kiss and suck on it. In terms of appearance, this young girl wasn't inferior to Ke and Li Fei. As expected of the #1 beauty in the imperial city. She's comparable to my family's Ke and little Fei. Duan Lingtian quickly recovered from his shock and lightly smiled to the young girl. Princess Bai Yao. From Duan Lingtian greeting the third prince to being fiercely shouted at by the old man to bowing to Princess Bai Yao, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. The old man's eyes emitted surprise and bewilderment. A mere 9th-level core formation martial artist was actually able to block his origin energy condensed from origin energy. This caused him to feel slight disbelief. Oh. The third prince laughed heartily. I've long since heard of Brother Ling Tian's great name. Now that I've met you today, you really do deserve your reputation. I originally thought that Brother Ling Tian might not pay attention to my invitation, but I never imagined that Brother Ling Tian would really come. You've truly given me a pleasant surprise. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Third Prince is too kind. I'm only an ordinary person, and being able to be invited by Third Prince is my honor. Brother Ling Tian is so young, yet so neither servile nor overbearing. It's truly hard to come by. Brother Ling Tian, please sit. The third prince abruptly stood up and invited Duan Lingtian to the seat on the left side of the head seat. This seat was obviously intentionally left empty. Thank you, third prince. Duan Lingtian wasn't courteous and directly sat down. At this moment, numerous burning gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian from the seats below. The owners of these gazes were basically all young men between the ages of 20 to 25. All of them revealed arrogant gazes, and looking at their clothes and temperaments, they were obviously people of extraordinary birth. They were originally curious about who the third prince intentionally prepared a seat on the side of the head seat was actually left for. Now, they came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that it was left for this youth whose reputation had recently risen in the imperial city. On one side of the third prince's head seat was Princess Bai Yao, and on the other side was Duan Lingtian. No one would say anything if Princess Bai Yao sat there. But Duan Lingtian. Presently, many of the young geniuses present had unswerving gazes. Of course, they didn't dare to make things difficult for the third prince. Numerous gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian, and they were extremely unfriendly. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed these gazes, but he didn't mind. His gaze landed on Su Lan in the distance. At this moment, Su Lan's gaze was slightly unnatural. He never would have thought that the violet-clothed youth he met outside the third prince's estate was actually the Duan Lingtian that had recently given rise to much discussion in the imperial city. However, when he recalled a matter he heard 2 days ago, he calmed down in his heart. His gaze was fierce, and without the slightest trace of fear, he looked straight at Duan Lingtian. "So you're that Duan Lingtian? I heard that the Duan clan has repeatedly invited you back, but you've always refused. No wonder you don't even have a decent horse and can only walk to the third prince's estate." Su Lan looked at Duan Lingtian, and his brows raised as he spoke indifferently, and his words were filled with ridicule. The third prince attaching so much importance to Duan Lingtian caused him to feel a wave of displeasure in his heart. Now, it was as if he'd found a vent. "I've heard of this matter as well. I was wondering why a direct descendant of the Duan clan would attend the third prince's banquet. So it turns out that he's already taken the initiative to leave the Duan clan. Brother Ling Tian, what courage!" A blue-clothed youth that sat across from Su Lan narrowed his eyes into a line. Although he addressed Duan Lingtian as a brother, the ridicule within his words was something that anyone present could discern. The deeds of Duan Lingtian had recently given rise to much discussion in the imperial city, and all the young geniuses present had more or less heard of it. If Duan Lingtian was still a direct descendant of the Duan clan, they might be somewhat fearful of him. However, Duan Lingtian refused to return to the Duan clan. Without the support of the Duan clan, even if his natural talent was strong, even if he stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage at the age of 18, so what? The Crimson Sky Kingdom never lacked geniuses. Chapter 164. Princess Bai Yao gazed at Duan Lingtian. Her clear eyes that were like water were incomparably calm when Duan Lingtian had just appeared, but now, traces of ripples had appeared within them. This youth was completely different from the people she usually saw. Now, when faced with the mockery and ridicule of others, he was still able to stay out of it and remain indifferent. It was difficult to imagine that a youth would actually have such terrifying mental fortitude. "Young Master Duan, Bai Yao has heard of your deeds since long ago, and I admire you greatly in my heart. Bai Yao uses tea as wine to toast you." Finally, Princess Bai Yao spoke, and her voice that was like a silver bell suppressed the mockery and ridicule of the crowd of young geniuses towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly flickered. He was able to discern that this Princess Bai Yao was helping him. Now, even the host, the third prince, was watching coldly from the sidelines and didn't speak. This Princess Bai Yao is really pure. Being able to stay true to herself in the scheming and deceitful imperial family is hard to come by. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, then he picked up his wine cup and nodded to Princess Bai Yao. Downing the wine in the cup in one gulp, he laughed heartily. "I've long since heard that Princess Bai Yao is the #1 beauty in the imperial city. Now that I've met you today, your reputation is well deserved. I wonder who has the fortune of marrying Princess Bai Yao as his wife in the future. It would absolutely be that person's good fortune accumulated from 3 lifetimes. Young Master Duan must be joking." Even though Princess Bai Yao was used to hearing flattery, she couldn't help but blush at this moment, and her heartbeat slightly sped up as well. Seeing Duan Lingtian and Princess Bai Yao chatting happily as if there was no one there, the jealous gazes of the young geniuses present when they looked at Duan Lingtian deepened by a bit. "Today, I'm indebted to everyone for coming to this banquet. Let me toast everyone." The third prince, who'd been silently waiting for the situation to develop, noticed that the atmosphere wasn't right, and he raised his wine cup to break this atmosphere that was filled with sour jealousy. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight arc. This third prince is really not a simple figure. Right now, he even had some suspicions that the third prince had intentionally been testing him from the moment he had sat in this seat. However, he couldn't figure it out. If the third prince was really testing him, what was the point of him doing this? Gently shaking his head, Duan Lingtian stopped thinking about it. In any case, he was here to eat and drink for free today. What did other things have to do with him? As long as these people didn't cross the line, he would just treat them as a bunch of mad dogs barking. If he went too far, he was not someone to be trifled with. When he thought up to here, a strand of dense cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's calm eyes. During the banquet, most of the young geniuses present were trying to strike up a conversation with Princess Biao. Perhaps, in their opinion, if they were able to embrace this beauty, they would be able to achieve a meteoric rise and soar into the heavens. After all, Princess Biao was the emperor's most beloved daughter. If he could become the emperor's son-in-law, it would mean that he could save 30 years of hard work. Only Duan Lingtian continued to drink and eat. In his eyes, the pretentiousness of a group of young talents was no different from a monkey show. The surprise in the third prince's eyes was even greater. He discovered that this Duan Lingtian was even more unfathomable than he had imagined. He originally thought that even if a mere youth had a high natural talent in the martial Tao, he was still inexperienced and could be made use of. However, at this moment, he instead realized that the youth's wisdom surpassed any of the young geniuses he'd invited. Even he was somewhat unable to see through this youth. He suddenly felt that if he wanted to control this youth, it was practically impossible. Brother Ling Tian. The third prince suddenly spoke. A wise light flashed within his eyes. As soon as the third prince spoke, the building at the center of the lake became completely silent. Even the group of young talents that were displaying their elegance in front of Princess Biao had now restrained themselves, their gazes once again descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian originally thought that he would be able to eat and drink in peace, then leave without a care in the world, but now, when he noticed the trace of a smile on the corners of the third prince's mouth, his heart jolted as he suddenly had an ominous premonition. As expected, the third prince looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled. Speaking of which, this sister of mine has now reached the age of marriage. The person she admires the most in her life is your father, Duan Ruffing, the peerless genius whose name spread throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the past. She even took him to be her idol. She even once boasted that if she were to marry in this lifetime, she would surely marry a figure that was as outstanding as Duan Ruffing. In my opinion, the elegance that Brother Ling Tian has displayed now surpasses your father's in the past. The third prince's words seemed to have a hidden meaning, and he glanced ambiguously at Duan Lingtian. Third brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Princess Biao's beautiful face froze, and she was completely stunned. When did she say something like this? In next to no time, she noticed. The gazes that all the young talents present looked at Duan Lingtian now seemed to contain a sense of hostility. The intelligent her understood her third brother's intentions at the first possible moment. She was slightly enraged in her heart, but in the end, due to their sibling relationship, she didn't expose it in the end. When she saw Duan Lingtian looking at her with a puzzled expression, the corners of her mouth curled into a bitter smile, and she lightly shook her head. When Duan Lingtian looked at Princess Biao, he saw the innocence in Princess Biao's eyes, and at the same time, he felt Princess Biao's helplessness. In an instant, he understood the third prince's intentions. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Is this third prince so amiable and easy to get along with? For the first time, a trace of disgust arose in his heart towards the third prince. However, he didn't expose it, as he wasn't the slightest bit afraid of the gazes of jealousy and hatred that descended onto him. He looked at the third prince and lightly smiled. If it's like this, then I hope third prince can slightly grant me and your sister's wish, and allow me to accompany her for a stroll around this lake. How about it? The third prince's expression froze. Never had he imagined that this Duan Lingtian's face would be so thick, to actually take advantage of the situation. just when he was slightly at a loss for words. Duan Lingtian, who do you think you are, actually daring to be so presumptuous in front of the third prince? Su Lan's face went grim as he shouted in a low voice, as if he wanted to be in the limelight in front of the third prince and Princess Biao. You're called Su Lan, right? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and his gaze descended onto Su Lan as he asked indifferently. That's right, I'm Su Lan. Su Lan raised his head with an arrogant expression. Su Lan, who do you think I am? But I wonder who you are. I'm talking to the third prince, and the third prince hasn't even opened his mouth, yet you've already seized the limelight. Looks like you completely don't place the third prince in your eyes. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of an evil smile, and his voice gradually became louder. As he finished speaking, he was imposing and awe-inspiring. Instantly, Su Lan was terrified to the point his face went ghastly pale. Third prince, I didn't mean it that way. Su Lan looked at the third prince and hurriedly explained, and it was simply as if he was trying to hide something. The third prince glanced at Su Lan, and within his calm gaze was a trace of displeasure mixed within, but he quickly recovered his amiable and approachable appearance. Duan Lingtian became vigilant. This third prince was simply a smiling tiger. This kind of person was extremely terrifying. Their words were honey-mouthed and their hearts were filled with daggers. Brother Lingtian, I naturally have no objections to what you said. The third prince slowly spoke. When Princess Biao heard what the third prince said, her heartbeat abruptly sped up, and she secretly glanced at Duan Lingtian as a wisp of crimson appeared on her beautiful face. Do I really want to tour the lake with him? However, the gaze Duan Lingtian looked at the third prince didn't change from the beginning until the end. Because he discerned from the third prince's gaze that it was impossible for the third prince to agree so readily. As expected, the third prince's gaze then descended onto the other young geniuses present. But in this way, it would be slightly unfair to everyone present. In this way, in Cloud Continent, the strong are respected, and most of the young geniuses present are first-rate figures at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Brother Lingtian, if you're able to defeat them and make them wholeheartedly convinced, I presume they wouldn't have any objections. Everyone, what do all of you think? The third prince's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian for a moment before moving on to the group of people present. Third prince is wise. Exactly. Instantly, all the young geniuses rubbed their palms together, seeming as if they wanted to show off in front of the third prince and Princess Biao. Third prince, although we're all at the 9th level of the core formation stage like Duan Lingtian, he has a grade 7 spirit weapon after all. If he were to rely on the might of his spirit weapon, it would seem to be slightly unfair. A few astute people couldn't help but speak out. It was widely rumored that the reason Duan Lingtian was able to kill Duan Lingxing, who was at the same cultivation level as him, was because of the grade 7 spirit weapon in his possession. This point wasn't a secret within the imperial city. Noticing the third prince looking over, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Then I won't use a spirit weapon. Brother Lingtian is straightforward as expected. Then it's like this, those who compete with Brother Lingtian are not allowed to use any external strength. The third prince laughed heartily, and a trace of a scheming light flashed within his eyes. Everyone present, including him, didn't think that after Duan Lingtian lost his grade 7 spirit weapon, he would still be able to firmly suppress other 9th level core formation martial artists. Normally speaking, when martial artists of the same cultivation level battle, their strength would be the same. The only difference was the martial skill level. Only with a high martial skill level would one be able to gain the upper hand. Now, the group of young geniuses he invited were practically all genius martial artists between the ages of 20 and 25, and had cultivated martial skills for many years. In terms of martial skills, they weren't inferior to Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Third brother. Princess Biao had been enduring since the beginning, but now, when she saw Duan Lingtian become the public enemy of the young geniuses present under the third prince's deliberate guidance, she was angered to the point her beautiful face flushed red, and she couldn't help but speak out. Her patience had reached its limit. Biao, don't worry, it's only a spar. Your sweetheart will be fine. The third prince lightly smiled, and as he finished speaking, he intentionally emphasized his tone. The expressions of the young geniuses present went grim when they heard this. Chapter 165. Sweetheart. Princess Bai Yao's beautiful face went pale. Princess, it's just as third prince said, it's only a spar. You don't have to worry. Just when Princess Bai Yao was about to refute, Duan Lingtian spoke first and stopped her. Princess Bai Yao's beautiful face froze, and her pair of watery eyes spun with flowing lights that converged onto Duan Lingtian's body with a trace of bewilderment mixed within. Duan Lingtian nodded to Princess Bai Yao, then opened his mouth and mouthed. Don't worry. This was what Duan Lingtian mouthed. Princess Bai Yao's expression eased up slightly when she saw this, and she once again sat back down. She was extremely curious, where did this youth that was similar in age to her get such strong confidence from? Whoosh! Duan Lingtian was very straightforward, and his figure flashed to descend onto an empty space in the building at the center of the lake. Who's going to be the first? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as his gaze swept past the young geniuses present. Presently, these people were eager to give it a try, as if every single one of them wanted to step on him to get to the top. I'll do it. Accompanied by a light shout, an azure-clothed young man descended onto the arena and looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The person that entered the arena was none other than Su Lan. Third Prince. Meanwhile, Su Lan looked at Third Prince and said respectfully, as the saying goes, fists and feet have no eyes. I'm both at the 9th level of the core formation stage as Duan Lingtian, and only by fighting with all our strength can we determine a victor. At that time, if there's a casualty, then it's something that can't be avoided. Third Prince's eyes focused as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, what do you think? Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Of course. Princess Bai Yao's face went pale once more when she heard Third Prince. Just when she wanted to speak, she noticed that Duan Lingtian gave her a reassuring gaze. Although she didn't speak again, there was still a trace of worry in her eyes. When she first saw Duan Lingtian, although Duan Lingtian was extraordinarily handsome, she did not have any reaction. She had seen too many handsome men. When she saw Duan Lingtian still maintain a calm and composed smile when facing the ridicule of the group of young geniuses, she realized that Duan Lingtian's smile had affected her, as if it had tugged at the string in her heart. He had never had such a feeling before. Now that she saw that Duan Lingtian was in danger, she broke out in cold sweat for the Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I will kill you. The corners of Su Lan's mouth curled into a sneer as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He opened his mouth, and although he didn't make a sound, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly see the shape of his mouth. You want me to die? Duan Lingtian didn't mind. In this world, there were many people that wanted him dead, but wasn't he still alive and well? One must know one's limits. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as a trace of a bright light flashed within his eyes as he spoke indifferently. What he said was extremely sudden. Amongst the people present, only Su Lan was able to understand the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Su Lan's face sank as he burst into rage. You're courting death. Instantly, Su Lan's eyes went cold, and his figure moved as if transforming into a cheetah as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. Everywhere he passed, the curtains at the side of the buildings at the center of the lake rustled as if they were being blown by a strong wind. 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Su Lan. He exerted his full strength the moment he attacked. The movement technique Su Lan executed now was obviously a high-grade profound rank movement technique at the perfection stage, and his speed almost reached the limit of the 9th level of the core formation stage. Of course, this was only relative to an ordinary 9th level core formation stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian wasn't within this category. The third prince sat at the head seat as he watched this scene with a smile on his face, and a strand of dense cold light flickered within the depths of his eyes. Even though it was the first time he'd met Duan Lingtian. However, he felt a trace of threat from Duan Lingtian. He had a sudden premonition that Duan Lingtian's existence would very likely become an obstacle to his ascension to the throne. So now, he wished for nothing more than for Su Lan to kill Duan Lingtian. Princess Baiyao clenched her fists tightly, not daring to close her eyes as her heart rose to her throat. At this moment, only the violet-clothed youth that stood there without moving like a mountain remained in her eyes. Crash! In the blink of an eye, Su Lan arrived before Duan Lingtian, and when he saw Duan Lingtian not moving in the slightest, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Great net palm. High-grade profound rank martial skill. Opening his hand, his origin energy skyrocketed, and palm images that covered the sky howled as they descended, enveloping Duan Lingtian. Su Lan's attack was about to descend onto Duan Lingtian. No! Princess Baiyao exclaimed in surprise as she abruptly stood up. This Duan Lingtian is truly arrogant. The same thought arose within the hearts of the remaining group of young geniuses, and the corners of their mouths curled into cold smiles. They all thought that Duan Lingtian would die for sure. A smile bloomed on the third prince's face as well. Su Lan's eyes emitted madness. As far as he was concerned, once his palm descended, this youth that caused him to be envious would completely vanish from this world. Instantly, a trace of delight appeared on the corners of his mouth. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian's body lightly trembled, and the strength of nearly 13 ancient mammoths exploded forth. Above him, only 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Greater teleportation. The defensive martial skill was circulated. At the instant Su Lan's palm descended, a layer of defensive chi appeared on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! Su Lan's palm descended, and it just happened to slap onto Duan Lingtian's defensive chi. Ah! In almost an instant, Su Lan emitted a shrill cry, and his right hand that struck out with his palm was forcefully torn apart at the shoulder by the force of the teleportation. His hand flew far away, and with a plop, it fell into the artificial lake. At this moment, the defensive chi on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body shook and shattered into pieces. Duan Lingtian's face flushed red. Although he had the defensive chi protecting his body, Su Lan's palm strike that relied on the strength of 12 ancient mammoths wasn't so easy to withstand, and there was still a portion of it that affected his body. Fortunately, the strength of his fleshly body's vital energy and blood far exceeded that of an ordinary martial artist. Otherwise, when Su Lan's palm descended, even if he exerted the strength of nearly 13 ancient mammoths and derived a defensive chi, his internal organs would surely be shaken and injured. A defensive martial skill was able to completely offset an offensive martial skill of the same cultivation level, but it was only relative to a lower-level martial artist. At the 9th level of the core formation stage, the existence of a defensive chi barrier that easily possessed the strength of over 10 ancient mammoths was no longer so exaggerated. Star transposition. Everyone present, including the third prince and the old man behind him, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They were able to discern that the defensive martial skill Duan Lingtian executed was precisely the Shao clan's strongest defensive martial skill, star transposition. They were slightly absent-minded. How could Duan Lingtian know star transposition that the Shao clan didn't pass down to outsiders? Su Lan's body shook as his arm was severed. He was barely able to stand firm, but he was in an extremely sorry state. No! In the next moment, Su Lan's pupils constricted, and his face went ghastly pale as he let out a shrill cry. He saw that Duan Lingtian had moved. Currently, his most important right arm was crippled, and he was utterly unable to block Duan Lingtian. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Duan Lingtian instantly closed in on Su Lan. Dragon's Finishing Touch. Duan Lingtian didn't even wave his hands to draw a dragon, but instead directly pointed out with his finger. A piercing howl sounded out as it flashed towards Su Lan's chest. Su Lan's face went serious as he desperately urged his defensive martial skill. A layer of defensive chi barrier appeared on the surface of his body. Defensive chi barrier? Is it of any use? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. His finger descended, accompanied by an awe-inspiring strong wind, and it indeed encountered a considerable amount of resistance when it touched the defensive chi barrier on Su Lan's chest, however. Duan Lingtian exerted force once more, his finger piercing through the defensive chi barrier and directly pointing at Su Lan's heart. The terrifying force of his finger gushed in, instantly shattering Su Lan's heart. Bang! Su Lan's body trembled. His eyes stared wide open as he fell limp to the ground, completely devoid of any signs of life. Dead! Su Lan's corpse lay on the ground, fresh blood gushing out from his severed arm, beautiful and dazzling. Sigh, I already told you. A person must know their limits. Duan Lingtian squatted down and extended his hand to help Su Lan close his eyes that were wide open in death. He pretended to sigh before standing up once more and looking at the distant group of young geniuses that had long since been scared to the point their faces were ghastly pale. Now, who wants to come down and give me some guidance? Duan Lingtian's cold gaze swept past these so-called young geniuses one by one. Instantly, the group of young geniuses looked at each other, but not a single one of them had the guts to stand out. They'd all witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. If it was said that before this, they'd thought that Duan Lingtian's strength was relying on his grade 7 spirit weapon, now, they understood that even if Duan Lingtian didn't use a spirit weapon, he still wasn't someone that an ordinary 9th-level core formation martial artist could defeat. They glanced at Su Lan's corpse and felt a lingering fear in their hearts. They rejoiced that they didn't leave the battlefield before Su Lan did. Otherwise, they could imagine that the ones who would surely die would be them. Third Prince, how about it? After disdainfully sweeping the group of so-called young geniuses with his gaze, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the Third Prince. Although the Third Prince still had a smile on his face, it was a smile that was slightly unnatural. I never imagined that Brother Ling Tian actually cultivated the Shao clan's star shift. However, whether my sister is willing to tour the lake with you will depend on her own decision. Third Prince doesn't have to worry about that. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, then his figure moved like a gust of wind to float to Princess Bai Yao's side. He extended his hand and domineeringly grabbed onto Princess Bai Yao's soft hand and pulled her up. Princess Bai Yao's delicate body trembled as if she'd been electrocuted, and her cheeks flushed red. It was the first time in her life that a man had held her hand like this. Princess, accompany me for a walk, how about it? Duan Lingtian nodded to Princess Bai Yao and lightly smiled. Princess Bai Yao lightly nodded with a bashful expression. Chapter 166. The Third Prince took a deep breath, then coldly swept the remaining young geniuses with his gaze and said indifferently, "Everyone, today's banquet ends here. You can all disperse." The group of youths noticed the Third Prince's suppressed rage, and they respectfully replied before turning around and leaving. After walking out of the building at the center of the lake, Duan Lingtian let go of Princess Bai Yao's hand and smiled apologetically. "Princess, I've offended you." Princess Bai Yao's heart trembled. Even she didn't know why, but when Duan Lingtian let go of her hand, a trace of disappointment faintly arose in her heart. "It's fine." Princess Bai Yao lightly shook her head, and her cheeks were still crimson red. A pair of golden boy and jade girl began to leisurely stroll around the artificial lake. "I apologize on behalf of Third Brother for today's matter. Third Brother wasn't like this in the past, and I don't know why he would target you like this." Princess Bai Yao lightly sighed. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight arc. Even he didn't know why the Third Prince would target him like this. How could he have known that the Third Prince had a suspicious nature, and after seeing how unfathomable he was and feeling unable to control him, the Third Prince subconsciously believed that Qin Shi was a threat and wanted to get rid of him. Sometimes, as a member of the imperial family, it was that simple to get rid of a person, and no reason was required. Subsequently, the two of them didn't speak as they silently circled around the man-made lake. "All right, Princess, I should return as well." Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile to Princess Bai Yao. He had a rather good impression of this kind-hearted young girl. Okay. Princess Bai Yao lightly nodded, then asked, will we meet again in the future? There will be a chance. Duan Lingtian nodded, then turned around and left. Looking at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure from afar, Princess Bai Yao heaved a sigh of relief and faintly sighed, Bai Yao, you can't like him. Unknowingly, a figure had appeared beside Princess Bai Yao. Third brother, why? Princess Bai Yao looked at the third prince, and a trace of unwillingness appeared within her eyes. He's not suitable for you. The third prince's answer was extremely simple. Not suitable? Bitterness surfaced on the corners of Princess Bai Yao's mouth as she shook her head. Soon after, her voice became much colder. Thank you, third brother, for your hospitality these past few days. I will return to the imperial palace early in the morning tomorrow. Third brother, please help me prepare. The third prince frowned. He could tell that his sister had really fallen for that young man. Uncle Hu, clean it up. I don't want to leave any trouble behind. Suddenly, the third prince opened his mouth, as if he was talking to the air. Yes. An aged voice suddenly rang out. At the same time, an aged figure disappeared into the darkness of the night. After Duan Lingtian left the third prince's mansion, he went back to his own house. I didn't expect my charm to be so great, a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. He was naturally able to see the feelings that Princess Bai Yao revealed when she looked at him. However, he didn't have any other intentions towards Princess Bai Yao. Perhaps it was because of Princess Bai Yao's complicated identity, or perhaps it was because of the two little girls at home. I'll leave everything to fate. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian didn't think about it any further. After spending half an hour, Duan Lingtian had already walked half the distance. Now, he took a shortcut and walked into a remote alley. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that the two little pythons under his sleeve were slightly restless. Instantly, Duan Lingtian stopped moving with a vigilant expression. Right at this moment, his formidable spiritual force faintly noticed that there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him from the shadows. Who is it? Duan Lingtian's expression couldn't help but change. Not bad. You're only at the 9th level of the core formation stage, yet you're able to notice my existence. Needless to say, you're very special. A hoarse voice sounded from the other end of the alley. Under the moonlight, the old man's face was completely revealed before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It's you. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Wasn't the old man that stood behind the third prince tonight the same old man that stood behind the third prince? If I'm not wrong, there ought to be some secrets on your body. Even my origin energy condensed into sound was actually unable to harm you. It's truly strange. The old man slowly walked closer with a pair of eyes that flickered with a bright light and emitted a strange sheen. The third prince sent you here? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Relying on the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu and his spiritual force that was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist, he was able to faintly sense the old man's cultivation. Although this old man was inferior to the divine might Marquis Nye Yuan, he wasn't easy to deal with. He was at least a 7th level core formation martial artist, or even an 8th level core formation martial artist. The old man didn't answer Duan Lingtian and continued to slowly walk closer. I want to know the reason. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a fierce light as he spoke in a suppressed and low voice. The reason is, you're too showy, causing His Highness to feel threatened. Also, you shouldn't have profaned the princess. The old man's voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell and emitted a bone-piercing coldness. Showy? Shouldn't have profaned the princess? This is also a reason. Duan Lingtian's face sank. What was the difference between the third prince's actions and disregard for human life? Before this, although he realized that the third prince might not like him, he never imagined that the third prince would want his life. Slight anger appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Then, Duan Lingtian's icy cold gaze descended onto the old man as he coldly said, I'll give you a chance, leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll die without a doubt. Duan Lingtian only had 2 bone corrosion inscriptions in his possession that could annihilate an ordinary nascent soul martial artist, and he wasn't willing to waste one. That was a few millions of silver. Even if he only used one, his heart would ache for a long time. So, he gave the old man a chance now. If the old man didn't know what was good for him, then no matter how much his heart ached, for the sake of his life, he would still use the bone corrosion inscription and annihilate the old man. If money is gone, it can be earned again. If one's life is gone, then there's nothing left. Shameless boasting. Let me see how you take my life. The old man sneered. Obviously, he didn't take Duan Lingtian's words to heart, and only thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying and stalling for time. Suddenly, the old man moved. Swift like a bolt of lightning, attacking like the wind, as if transforming into a rock that flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian felt a formidable aura sweep over, pressuring him to the point he couldn't catch his breath and was on the verge of suffocating. He could vaguely see that above the old man, 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 8th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Bang! The old man slapped out with his palm, and his origin energy slowly condensed to gradually condense into form. Humph! Since you want to seek death, then I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Lingtian grunted coldly, his hand flashed past his waist, and the violet myrtle flexible sword whistled out. At the instant the old man's palm condensed into form, Duan Lingtian activated the bone-devouring inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword as well. Om! Instantly, a strand of grey flowing light leaped about on the body of the violet myrtle flexible sword, and the flowing light was swift like a bolt of lightning as it flashed out. No! The old man's pupils constricted, and at the instant he reacted, the grey flowing light had already pierced into his body. In an instant. Ah! The old man's shrill and miserable cry caused even Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but feel a chill run down his spine when he heard it. This bone-devouring inscription was too overbearing. In the next moment, the old man's shrill cries stopped abruptly, and his body trembled as the origin energy in his body completely dispersed. Not only that, the old man's body seemed to have suddenly transformed into a pile of mud, instantly collapsing, and the bones in his entire body were completely corroded, transforming into nothingness. Even though Duan Lingtian had killed many people, he still felt nauseous at this moment. It was the first time he'd seen someone die in such a way. It was equivalent to the bones in his entire body turning into ashes, and only his skin and flesh remained. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to take another look, and he directly ignited his pill flame, burning the old man's miserable corpse into ashes. In the end, Duan Lingtian found the old man's spatial ring from the ashes, and only then did he leave. On the way, Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring. F***K. When Duan Lingtian saw everything within the spatial ring, his face flushed red, and he couldn't help but curse. Within the spatial ring, a large pile of silver bills were neatly arranged, and most of them were silver bills with a denomination of 10,000 silver. Duan Lingtian roughly estimated that the silver bills piled up within the spatial ring added up to at least 70 to 80 million silver. He wouldn't be the manager of the third prince's estate, right? Duan Lingtian was overjoyed in his heart as he guessed in his heart. Third prince, you've given me a generous gift this time. Duan Lingtian's face was suffused with a smile. Luckily, this old fellow wasn't scared off by me earlier. Otherwise, I would have brushed shoulders with these 70 to 80 million silver bills. Thinking of what happened earlier, Duan Lingtian had a lingering fear in his heart. He could imagine that if the old man knew of Duan Lingtian's current thoughts, even if he were to walk on the road to the netherworld, he would surely not be at peace. A single, bone-eroding inscription is worth at most 3 million taels of silver. I've made a huge profit from this deal. On the way back, Duan Lingtian beamed with joy. Over 3 million silver in exchange for 70 to 80 million silver bills was a sizable profit, and it was one of a kind. That Duan Roulette is in charge of so many properties of the Duan clan. He surely has a shocking amount of wealth in his hands. If he doesn't have eyes and still comes looking for trouble with me, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer, and a trace of greed arose within his eyes. Tonight's matter had undoubtedly allowed him to taste the sweetness. And that fifth prince, his family's manager, surely has a lot of money, right? As he muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian realized that he had returned to the entrance of his home. Because Duan Lingtian had been notified beforehand, the three beauties at home weren't too worried about him. However, after Duan Lingtian returned, the two little girls still gathered around him, inquiring about what happened at the banquet with curious expressions. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't tell them the truth, or else they would be worried again. Chapter 167. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian called Xiong Quan over and passed him a large pile of silver. Take these 50 million silver and continue to purchase the materials I asked you to buy last time. Duan Lingtian instructed. 50 million silver? Xiong Quan was stunned. Where did the young master get so much money? However, he was an intelligent person and didn't ask any questions as he respectfully put away the silver. Yes, young master. Duan Lingtian returned to his room and used the last batch of materials Xiong Quan bought last time to once again inscribe a bone corrosion inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword. Today, he could be considered to have completely experienced the might of the bone corrosion inscription. Even the old man beside the third prince, an existence at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, didn't even have the time to react before being struck. The bones in his entire body turned into ashes, and he was deader than dead. To Duan Lingtian, the bone corrosion inscription was a life-saving talisman. He could imagine that if it wasn't for the bone corrosion inscription tonight, he would have already been killed by the old man beside the third prince. Third prince, I, Duan Lingtian, will remember your gift today. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a trace of a cold light. After catching his breath, Duan Lingtian cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Raging Python form until late into the night before falling asleep. The next morning, Duan Lingtian went to class in the Star Mastermind Department's classroom as usual. During this time, someone came to look for Sima Changfeng. Sima Changfeng left for a while before returning. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a strange gaze. Duan Lingtian, come with me. Although Duan Lingtian felt it was strange, he still followed Sima Changfeng out. Teacher, did you call me out for something? Duan Lingtian asked, puzzled. Someone wants to see you. Sima Changfeng said. Just when Duan Lingtian was wondering who wanted to see him, Sima Changfeng had already brought him to an empty space at a corner of Paladin Academy. There was a luxurious carriage parked there. 2 old men stood on both sides of the carriage. Relying on the experience of the rebirth martial emperor and his formidable spiritual force, Duan Lingtian was able to determine that the strengths of these 2 old men weren't inferior to the old man he killed with the bone corrosion inscription last night. Go. Sima Changfeng nodded at Duan Lingtian, I'll wait for you here. Duan Lingtian walked over curiously. After getting into the carriage, he was stunned. The person sitting in the carriage was none other than the third prince whom he had just met yesterday. However, after one night, the third prince's face was no longer full of smiles like yesterday. His face was gloomy. Third prince, are you looking for me? Duan Lingtian sat down in the carriage and frowned. Duan Lingtian, let's not beat around the bush. After Hu Bo left last night, he didn't return. Was he killed by your men? The third prince looked at Duan Lingtian. His gaze was like lightning as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. He noticed all the changes on Duan Lingtian's face and was afraid that he would miss the slightest bit. Duan Lingtian had a surprised and puzzled expression when he heard this. Third prince, who is Hu Bo? The third prince frowned. He had been observing the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression, but he noticed that when he mentioned Hu Bo, there was nothing wrong with Duan Lingtian's expression. Could it be that it really had nothing to do with this Duan Lingtian? That was impossible. Yesterday, he sent Hu Bo to kill this Duan Ling Tian. However, after Hu Bo left, he didn't return. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. If it was only Hu Bo who went missing, then it would only be the loss of an 8th-level nascent soul martial artist. At most, the third prince would feel heartache for a while. But Hu Bo had another identity. He was the housekeeper of the third prince's estate and was in charge of his private wealth. What he urgently wanted to find now was the spatial ring on Hu Bo's hand. If he didn't have that spatial ring, then it would mean that the 70 to 80 million silver would be wasted, and his future days would be difficult. Although he was a prince, he usually had to rely on himself to pay for all the expenses of his own estate. Moreover, if he wanted to get more people to support his ascension to the throne in the future, then he would need to use that money to establish connections. Third prince, why is your expression so unsightly? Did something happen? Duan Ling Tian had a surprised expression as he asked curiously. Duan Ling Tian, Hu Bo, if you killed him, then you killed him. I won't fuss about it. However, you must hand over Hu Bo's spatial ring. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. The third prince's face was gloomy as he threatened. He still wanted to gamble and test whether the spatial ring was in Duan Lingtian's hands. Third prince, what do you mean by this? Someone in your estate died, and you want to blame it on my head? Duan Lingtian's face sank as he flew into a rage. As for the spatial ring you mentioned, I don't know anything about it. Goodbye. After he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian didn't look back as he got off the carriage and left directly. The third prince's face was extremely ugly. It really wasn't him. Then who was it? Hu Bo was his trusted aide. He firmly believed that if it wasn't for Hu Bo's accident, Hu Bo would definitely not disappear. Once I find out who did it, no matter who it is, I will let him die without a burial place. The third prince, who usually appeared approachable in front of others, now had a sinister expression, as if he had turned into a demon. Soon, the third prince's luxurious carriage left under the gaze of Duan Ling Tian and Sima Changfeng. Duan Ling Tian, why was the third prince looking for you? Sima Changfeng curiously asked. I don't know. He just told me something about Hu Bo's death, and some spatial ring. It's inexplicable. Duan Ling Tian shrugged his shoulders with an innocent expression. He wasn't surprised that the third prince came looking for him, but he didn't expect that the third prince's reaction would be so quick and so big. It seemed that those silvers, to the third prince, were a large sum of money, and even had an extraordinary significance. Hu Bo. Spatial ring? Sima Changfeng was stunned, then immediately speculated, as far as I know, the steward of the third prince's estate is called Hu San. Could it be that Hu San is dead? Hu San is the most trusted person of the third prince, and even controls the wealth of the third prince's estate. Could it be that after Hu San died, the spatial ring in Hu San's hand that stored the wealth of the third prince's estate also disappeared? Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes wide and pretended to be surprised. It should be. It's good that you know about this matter, don't spread it out. Or else, it will attract unnecessary trouble. That third prince isn't someone easy to deal with. Sima Changfeng warned with a serious expression. I know, teacher. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly nodded, a bright light flashing in his eyes. The third prince was naturally not someone easy to deal with, he had already seen this at the banquet last night. Actually, the moment he saw the third prince today, he had already guessed the third prince's purpose for coming. When the third prince suddenly said that he had something to do with Hu San's death, he had seen the third prince's burning gaze. He naturally guessed the third prince's purpose. Without a doubt, he wanted to test him to see if he was really related to Hu San's disappearance. Unfortunately, the third prince wanted to make him reveal a flaw, but it was undoubtedly a waste of effort. As the weapon specialist of his previous life, how could he be fooled by such a small matter? Thinking of the third prince's last words, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. The third prince wanted him to spit out the things he had eaten. Was that even possible? Duan Ling Tian and Sima Changfeng returned to the classroom and continued with class. At noon, after class, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun walked over. Duan Lingtian, why did teacher Sima ask you to go out earlier? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Nothing much, he just told me that there might be a battle at the northwest border at any time. He asked me if I would be interested if Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department sent someone there. Duan Lingtian repeated the words that Sima Changfeng had said to him 10 days ago. He took it as an excuse. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, however, believed it. Xiao Sun sighed. Logically speaking, if Paladin Academy really needs to send someone, only students of 3rd grade and above would have the opportunity to go. Teacher Sima asked you this because he undoubtedly intends to strongly recommend you to go when the time comes. Maybe. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian, did you gain anything when you attended the 3rd prince's banquet yesterday? That 3rd prince probably tried his best to rope you in, right? Xiao Yu recalled what happened yesterday and asked with a smile. Tried his best to rope him in. Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly unnatural. That 3rd prince wished for nothing more than to kill him, yet still tried to rope him in. However, he naturally wouldn't say it out loud. He lightly smiled and said, my greatest gain yesterday was probably meeting the number 1 beauty in the Imperial City. Number 1 beauty in the Imperial City? Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's eyes lit up. You met Princess Baiyao? Duan Lingtian nodded. If I knew earlier, I would have gone with you to join in the fun yesterday. Xiao Yu had a face full of regret. You really wanted to join in the fun? Looks like the next time I see little Qian, I'll have to pass on these words to her. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil smile. The little Qian he spoke of was precisely Luo Cheng's younger sister, Luo Qian. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously, how is it? Is that Princess Baiyao beautiful? Duan Lingtian nodded. Her reputation is well deserved. In terms of beauty, she's not inferior to your sister. Xiao Yu was slightly moved. He was well aware of the beauty of his sister, Xiao Lan. She was absolutely a peerless beauty. What? Xiao Yu, your sister is actually a beauty that can compare to Princess Baiyao. Xiao Sun's eyes shone as if he had transformed into a hungry wolf. Xiao Sun, don't even think about hitting on my sister. My sister already has someone in her heart. Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled. That's not a problem. I'll surely prove to her that I'm 10 times, no, 100 times stronger than the person in her heart. As far as Xiao Sun was concerned, the person Xiao Yu's sister took a fancy to should be someone from Aurora City. In terms of natural talent, strength, and family background, that person couldn't catch up to him. As a direct descendant of the Imperial City Xiao clan, Xiao Sun had great confidence in this aspect. Are you sure you're 10 times, no, 100 times stronger than that person? Xiao Yu's gaze became slightly strange. What? In your Aurora City, besides Duan Lingtian and you, there are other freaks? Xiao Sun's heart jerked as he asked curiously. Xiao Yu shook his head. Then what you mean is? Chapter 168. Xiao Sun was stunned, and when he reacted, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. It can't be, right? Xiao Yu's little sister's sweetheart is Duan Lingtian. If it was someone else, he might have the confidence to compare. But if it was Duan Lingtian, he knew his limits. The difference between him and Duan Lingtian was like heaven and earth. Comparing himself to Duan Lingtian was just looking for trouble. What are you two looking at me for? Duan Lingtian was still pondering about the matter of the 3rd prince, but when he returned to his senses, he noticed that Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were both staring at him. Is there a flower on my face? Duan Lingtian obviously didn't hear the conversation between Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. No. Xiao Sun shook his head and smiled. Come, let's go eat. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 arrived at the dining hall and waited for a while. The dishes were all served, but Su Li and Tian who still hadn't arrived. Why are they so late today? Xiao Sun had a bewildered expression and felt it was slightly strange. something couldn't have happened, right? Duan Lingtian's brows lightly frowned. Su Li and Tian who had always been punctual, and there had never been anyone who hadn't arrived so late. He kept feeling that something wasn't right, and his heart rose to his throat. Duan Lingtian. Just at this moment, a slightly hurried shout sounded out from outside the dining hall, approaching from afar. It's Tian Hu. Why is it only him? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the person in the distance, and his brows raised as his figure moved to greet the person. Tian Hu, where's Su Li? Quickly arriving before Tian Hu, Duan Lingtian noticed that Tian Hu's expression was extremely unsightly, and his heart jerked as he had a bad premonition, so he hurriedly asked. At this moment, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun followed out as well. Su Li. Hearing Duan Lingtian's question, the corners of Tian Hu's mouth held a bitter smile and helplessness. He was stopped by the Su clan members. People from the Su clan? Could it be that Su Li had some sort of relationship with the Su clan? Duan Lingtian's face sank, as if it was covered with a layer of frost. Let's go. Under Tian Hu's lead, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walked towards the bamboo forest behind Paladin Academy. Within the quiet bamboo forest, Su Li was lying on the ground. His aura was weak, and it was obvious that he had suffered heavy injuries. It was even harder for him to stand up now. Even so, Su Li's eyes were still filled with a trace of coldness. He still held the 3-foot-long sword in his hand and didn't let go. Su Li's heart was as firm as a boulder. Even if he was humiliated, he was still unyielding. In front of Su Li, there were 3 youths standing there. The leader was a young man in embroidered clothes who was around 25 years old. He was currently stepping on Su Li's hand that was holding the sword, and a cold smile appeared on his face. What? You're still not willing to let go of the sword in your hand at this time? Su Li, you're just like your father. Both of you are trash. It would have been fine if you had obediently stayed in the countryside, but you just had to return to the imperial city and even appear before my eyes. Aren't you courting death? What? Still glaring at me? You're not convinced? The young man in embroidered clothes became angry when he saw Su Li's cold gaze, and he raised his leg and directly kicked Su Li's face. Instantly, blood bloomed on Su Li's face like a dazzling rose, dazzling and resplendent. Su Tong, 10 years. I'll surely kill you within 10 years. A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Su Li's mouth, and his voice revealed icy coldness, as if it came from the depths of hell. Su Li's voice was mixed with boundless confidence. 10 years. The young man in embroidered clothes was stunned, then he started laughing. A wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Su Li, do you think that you can defeat me in 10 years? Although I'm not afraid of you. But you've really reminded me. I indeed don't dare to kill you in Paladin Academy. But I'm very curious. If I cripple your Dantian, how will you kill me in 10 years, and on what basis will you kill me? Now, I'll destroy all of your hopes. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man in embroidered clothes seemed to be more and more interested the more he thought about it, and he intended to raise his leg and give Su Li's Dantian a kick. Su Li's pupils constricted, and a trace of despair was faintly suffused within him. If his Dantian was really crippled, then it would mean that his entire life was completely ruined. No! Su Li's heart was filled with unwillingness. Su Li's breathing became hurried when he saw the young man raise his leg. He wanted to struggle and dodge, but he noticed that he had no strength in his body and had nowhere to dodge. Right at this moment. Brother Tong, that companion of Su Li's, has come again. He even brought back 3 people, and 2 of them seemed to be Duan Lingtian and the Xiao clan's Xiao Sun. A young man behind Su Tong noticed the 4 figures that swiftly flashed over from afar. Duan Lingtian. Xiao Sun. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Su Tong's mouth, and his gaze descended onto the 4 people that approached menacingly from afar, and he muttered. He's finally come. Su Li. Tian, who had just arrived when he noticed Su Li's miserable state, and his face went grim as he pounced over. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a young man behind Su Tong instantly moved and kicked out with a speed like lightning, kicking Tian Hu flying. Above the young man, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes were faintly discernible. 9th level of the core formation stage. Bang! Tian Hu fiercely fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face ghastly pale. Tian Hu! Xiao Yu's face went grim and his eyes were filled with rage. Su Tong, it's you. Xiao Sun's gaze descended onto the young man in embroidered clothes, and his face sank. Xiao Sun, don't get involved in this matter. Fuck off. Su Tong's voice was cold and indifferent, and his gaze then descended onto the violet-clothed youth beside Xiao Sun. However, you can leave today. This Duan Lingtian must stay. When he saw Su Li's miserable state, Duan Lingtian's face was extremely unsightly. Su Li was his friend. Now, when he saw Tian Hu being kicked flying by one of the young men, a wave of rage arose within his heart. Just when he was having difficulty suppressing the rage in his heart, he heard the young man in the lead suddenly say, "Want me to stay?" Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he stared at the young man in embroidered clothes, Su Tong. Could it be that this Su Tong's target wasn't Su Li, but him? Instantly, a trace of coldness arose within his heart. Duan Lingtian, leave. Right at this moment, Su Li's cold voice sounded out, and he asked Duan Lingtian to leave. Obviously, he'd guessed something. You dealt with Su Li like this just to make me come over? Duan Lingtian took a step forward and stared at Su Tong with a chilly gaze as he asked in a low voice. He didn't listen to Su Li. If he were to leave now, then he wouldn't be Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, needless to say, you're very smart. However, smart people usually don't live long. Su Tong glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight surprise. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and his voice was terrifyingly calm. Since you're able to guess my objective, then you ought to be able to guess why I've come to find you, right? What? Are the Su clan members such sore losers? Duan Lingtian sneered. He'd indeed guessed it. If one were to say what sort of relationship he had with the Su clan, then it would be nothing more than what happened at the third prince's estate's banquet last night. The Su Lan that died at his hands was a member of the Su clan. Sore losers. Su Tong's face sank. Last night at the third prince's estate's banquet, you used despicable methods to launch a sneak attack on Su Lan and killed him. Do you have the qualifications to say that my Su clan members can't afford to lose? Despicable methods? Sneak attack. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold. Third prince, you're really vicious. Duan Lingtian guessed that all of this was surely caused by the third prince. The nearby Xiao Sun's heart jerked. Su Lan. Duan Lingtian killed Su Lan. The Su clan's branch family disciple with the highest natural talent in the younger generation, Su Lan. Su Tong's cousin. Then what do you want? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, his burning gaze stared at Su Tong, and his voice was incomparably calm. You're so young, yet you're already so vicious. In my opinion, with your cultivation, you shouldn't be left in this world. Su Tong's eyes constricted as he sneered. So to speak, you plan to cripple my cultivation? Duan Lingtian started laughing from extreme anger. His face was brilliant and his eyes revolved with a breathtaking sheen. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's faces went pale. Su Tong. Xiao Sun coldly said, don't forget, Duan Lingtian is the son of Duan Rufeng, a direct descendant of the Duan clan. If you dare cripple his cultivation, how will you explain it to the Duan clan? Duan clan? Su Tong laughed and looked at Xiao Sun as if he was looking at an idiot. Xiao Sun, don't tell me you don't know about the matter of Duan Lingtian refusing to return to the Duan clan. Presently, Duan Lingtian isn't a member of the Duan clan. So you don't have to use this to scare me. Su Tong was originally an outstanding direct descendant of the Su clan, and in the future, he even had the opportunity to strive for the position of patriarch. His position in the Su clan was extremely important. As far as he was concerned, as long as Duan Lingtian didn't return to the Duan clan, then not to mention crippling Duan Lingtian's cultivation, even killing Duan Lingtian wouldn't be a big deal. You. Xiao Sun's face sank, and he was unable to refute. Although he was a direct descendant of the Xiao clan, his identity might cause an ordinary person to be afraid. But this Su Tong wouldn't be afraid. Su Tong, the grandson of the Su clan's grand elder, was only 25 years old, and his cultivation was at the third level of the origin core stage. He was the person with the highest natural talent in the martial Dao in the Su clan's younger generation, and was also one of the candidates for the next patriarch of the Su clan. It could be said that this Su Tong grew up with a golden spoon in his mouth, and was doted upon by a myriad of people. Xiao Sun, if you're sensible, then quickly F***K off. Or else, even if you're a direct descendant of the Xiao clan, I'll still make you see blood today. Su Tong's gaze went cold, and his words were unbridled and incomparably overbearing. Duan Lingtian is my friend. Xiao Sun's face sank, and he met Su Tong's gaze without the slightest fear. Good, very good. Truly a touching friendship. Su Tong laughed, laughing without restraint, laughing arrogantly and unrestrainedly. In the next moment. Whoosh! Su Tong's figure moved, and his speed rose to the limit, flashing before Xiao Sun in the blink of an eye. Bang! Instantly, Xiao Sun's body was blasted flying by Su Tong, and he fiercely crashed onto the ground. Above Su Tong, the strength of 40 ancient mammoths flashed. Third level of the origin core stage. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.